All right. Good morning. Good Wednesday morning, everybody. And I am live. And it is 3:40 here in Phoenix, Arizona. Today is September 30th, and it is Wednesday. All right. So I am doing my morning ride. I stayed up a little bit late last night, so I didn't get much sleep. I do kind of need to be up talking to you guys so I can focus on my road. So this morning talk is actually helping me. But yeah, I stayed up and I watched the presidential debates last night. It was pretty damn interesting, to say the least. I mean, there was a lot of shots called, a lot of punches thrown. It was kind of messy, in my opinion. But I'll get into that a little bit later. But I do just want to say that I had a really good time on that live that I did with Raw B, BMT, discussing the Cuties review and all of the people that came onto the panel to lend their thoughts on the movie. So I just wanted to say that was a really fun live. I really enjoyed myself. It was a good live. At first I was kind of like, yeah, iffy about it because it went left, but after I listened to it again, I was like, okay, that wasn't too bad. So, it is what it is. We're gonna all disagree, and being disagreeable is just fine. It's just, more important that we remember to be respectful to one another when we are disagreeing, and always remember that everybody is entitled to their opinion. But other than that, I think it was a great live, and I really enjoyed myself. D. Durrell came on, and he lent his viewpoints from a viewpoint of a therapist, which is always welcome on this platform. And I really do appreciate him for coming up, especially. All right, guys. So let me just go ahead and delve into what I really want to talk about before I get to talking about these debates. All right. Ladies, and I always have to, talk to my ladies because, of course, this is more of a woman's channel than anything. Even though it's unisex, it is primarily for women. And what I have been noticing lately, and I will be remiss not to bring this up, because you know what? We can't continue to sweep our bullshit under the rug, okay? And I'm not going to be one to do that, all right? But I have been noticing how we carry ourselves in some of these spaces. Now, here's the thing. I noticed that we always shouting that we want respect. We are always shouting that we want to feel safe in our spaces, etc., etc. But here's the thing. You have to give respect in order to get respect. And there's a lot that's something that I think a lot of us as women forget. Some of us think that just because we are women, just because we have a split in between our legs, just because, we get to do whatever we want to do to the opposite sex, we get to say whatever we want to say to the opposite sex, and somehow we're supposed to be immune. We're supposed to be, just, hey, don't bring the same heat I put on you back on me, type thing. That's what I really believe some of us are thinking. And here's the thing. Sometimes when you're out here cussing. Sometimes when you're out here telling, threatening people and telling them what you're going to do to them. Sometimes when you're out here, saying things out of the heat of anger and not thinking. Sometimes that's going to cause you, ladies, to get in trouble. Now, I have noticed here lately that there have been a lot more instances of women being taken to jail on these domestic violence calls. I'm a witness to this, okay? This is not how it was back in the 1960s, 1970s, when, you just, call the police and you can just say whatever, and the man gets handcuffed regardless, okay? That's not happening anymore. Nowadays, they are handcuffing and sending just as many women to jail as they are men. Okay, so now this is the equality piece that a lot of these guys have been yelling. Equality, right? Okay, well, we got equality. And I need a lot of you to remember this. Remember this. Watch what you say. Especially when you're on these platforms and some of this stuff is being recorded. Now, I can understand if somebody pissed you off, whatever. But here's the thing. Everybody is entitled to their opinions. Ladies, you do not control what comes out of the next person's mouth. Now, if a person is saying something to you and they're talking in general terms, they might be, slick dissing on the side, but if they did not say your name, guess what? They ain't talking to you. So why would you jump 10 toes down into them shoes and fall for the bait? You see what I'm saying? Why would you jump 10 toes down and fall for the bait? A lot of times these people will say triggering things knowing that it's going to get to you. And they're trying to get that type of reaction out of you. But what you don't do on these public recorded platforms is threaten anybody. That's something that could come back to hunt you in the worst way possible. And I've seen this happen already with the men. Now, once again, there's always this double standard that we as women have when we're talking to the men. Now, when we get upset and our emotions are on the rise, we feel like we can say anything we want to say. I'm going to slap you. I'm going to kick your ass. We say all that shit, right? We say it. But now, imagine if a man was saying that to a woman on this platform. A man saying to a woman he will knock her ass off. He will slap the shit out of her. If these words were coming out of the mouth of a man, it would be something totally different, right? Because we got these double standards. We as women do have these double standards. And see, I know a lot of folks ain't gonna like to hear that shit. Because, we as black women, we don't like to hear when we doing something we ain't got no business with. We want to sweep that under the rug. Here Faith go again talking too much. Here Faith go again talking too much, revealing our weaknesses, revealing the hypocrisy. Oh, she black male identified. She's a pick-me. No. See, what I'm doing is I'm trying to save your dumb asses, okay? And I see y'all going from platform to platform doing this stuff. And see, somebody ain't gonna really understand what I'm talking about until they get that knock on that door or they get that lawsuit. Because see, these guys, they have the ability to do the same thing that we did when we hired that attorney and we talked about cyberbullying. Well, what do you think losing your cool and saying that what you're going to do to a person physically is but cyberbullying? So my message to the ladies this morning is, do unto others as you would like for them to do unto you. You cannot sit here and say, oh, let's stop cyberbullying, but then you're being a cyberbully. You see the hypocrisy of it all. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't pan out. So, as I'm riding down this road this morning, I'm talking to my sisters out of love, out of great concern, because these are things that I have been seeing a lot of lately. A lot of. And then also, not to mention the messy Bessies that run around here. The messy Bessies. These are the ones that go from platform to platform, just starting shit. There's a lot of you messy Bessies running around here too. You thrive on the messiness in these YouTube streets. And some of you thrive on the messiness in your own lives for real. Because I can imagine if you're doing this online, I can imagine what you're doing in real life. See, back in the day, my grandmother used to call them busybodies, instigators, provocateurs. Good morning, Doug. And see, I'm specifically talking to the women. See, I'm not going to sit up here and, go down on men all the time, because it's up to us as women to check one another. And I'm just going to be honest. If you sitting up here going from platform to platform every time there's some sensationalized bullshit going on, guess who's there? You, the first one there for the sensationalized bullshit. That is what pretty much charges up your battery. And you might want to take a real hard look in the mirror and ask yourself why stuff like this gives you life. Some of you don't get your entire life unless you're involved in some bullshit. And that will put you in the messy Bessie category, the busybody category. Every time you look up, when there's some bullshit, you're there front and center. And see, we as a people, especially, and I'm just talking to the entire group at this point, because there are some messy men too. We encourage this behavior. We're very encouraging of this behavior. Now, here's the thing. There are certain instances where you can have fun. We frolic and play with one another. We go back and forth, play the little dozens and all that type of stuff. That can be very fun. But there is a particular point at which you go overboard with it. And I don't think that we as an entire group knows when the tipping point is. We don't know when we've gone too far. And this is the thing that we need to explore amongst ourselves as a group, because I'm getting tired of seeing 40-something-year-old people, 30-something-year-old people, late 20s people acting like adolescents. Like there's really no difference between us and freshmen in high school. Seriously. If you look at some of these spaces, this is how we act. Now I'm all for adult play because I really don't like too much boredom on any platform. You know, that's the reason why on my platform I invite certain people, because I know that they have a lively personality. Nobody wants to sit and be bored all day. But if you get your entire life based off of fuckery, ooh, this person doxed this person. Let's see what information came out about this person. Ooh, this person beefing with this person. Let's see what's going on over here. See, one thing that you're not going to see me in too many of those types of threads. If you notice, when that shit is going on, guess who ain't there? It's very telling, the people that are always there for that type of stuff and the people who are not. It's very, very telling as the type of personality that you have. Because, see, you want to look down on the females in the neighborhood or the males in the neighborhood that sit on a porch all day, bored, and then as soon as a fight breaks out down the street, they jump off their porch and run down the street to go watch the fight. Nobody's thinking to call the police, and everybody got their phone out recording. You all are no better than them Negroes. The only difference is this is just the internet equivalent of jumping off the porch and running down the street to see the fight. And y'all be on y'all nigga shit online. Let's just be honest. But see, if somebody points that out, how dare somebody notice that you all be on some niggatry online? And how dare somebody point that out? See, the more things change, the more things just are the same. The internet is your front porch. This is your front stoop. When you guys scour this thing looking for internet beefs, and you start subscribing to your favorite internet beefers that always keep up the bullshit, and every time there's some bullshit, you're there front and center. You, that nigga sitting on the porch, waiting to see what the hell is gonna jump off today. You ain't got nothing better to do than this. This is what your mind gravitates to. Meanwhile, there's an actual concert going on down the street where you have actual people who are paid to entertain you in the right way. But your entertainment is the fuckery, and you enjoy it. So instead of going to the concert down the street or going to see the comedy show down the street, or even something even more productive. And I use, those as examples because, like I said, those are productive forms of entertainment. Instead of us turning our eyes towards productive forms of entertainment, we enjoy fuckery best. And see, the sooner some of you look in the mirror and realize it, the better off you will be. And I know I'm going to lose a lot of people with this line of talking. But some of you do love fuckery best. There are plenty of productive forms of entertainment, but the fuckery is the one that you love the best. So you all can't sit up here and say you different than them Negroes that's fighting down the street. Because if every time Negroes is fighting down the street, you the first one there with your cell phone out. I'm sorry, but you just that's what you're pulled to. That's what you gravitate to. You give them Negroes an audience. Now, if these Negroes didn't have an audience, if these dumb Negroes that act stupid were actually ostracized for their stupidity rather than given an audience and egged on to continue to act stupid, perhaps this would not be as prevalent in the community. But because we got our signifying monkeys that like to jump off of our porches and go run, see the shit, go run, tell the shit, it's always going to be this way. It's always going to be like this. And it's a mentality that needs to be broken. Nobody else, nobody ever talks about this. Because, of course, the people that participate and partake in such, they're definitely not going to tell you, hey, you know what? I be on fuckery over here on my channel 24/7. You might not want to watch. They want you to watch the fuckery. And the more you watch and the more they gain traction, the more you're going to see these fuckery channels cropping up. Now, you got plenty of people on here that do talk about positive things and they put out a positive black imagery, but we're not gravitating to those. We even have black people that put out what do you call a more positive and productive form of entertainment that has a little bit of that ribbing that you like, but it's not the type of ribbing at the expense of hurting someone mentally and psychologically. See, we like that ribbing where it's mentally and psychologically damaging to one part, where you got people committing suicide online or faking their own deaths. We enjoy that a little bit too much. And so somebody has to point it out and hold you accountable. And if ain't nobody else gonna talk about it, it's gonna get talked about right here. And like I said, right now I'm talking to the entire group. I started out talking to the ladies like I always do, and then I always end with talking to the whole group. And if you know that this is you, do a quick self-evaluation of what it is that you like to gravitate to, because I guarantee that if in your personal life is filled with a lot of drama, it is because this is what you are gravitating towards. If your personal life is filled with a bunch of gossip, he say, she say, drama always following you everywhere you go, this is what you're gravitating towards. This is what you are inviting into your own life. And self-assessment is very important. Never underestimate the power of it, because through self-assessment, you can master and navigate your own life. You can choose what it is that you allow and don't allow into your own life. If you allow fuckery 24/7 into your life, then that is what your life will reflect. If you have that fuckery mindset, that is what your life will reflect. And let's just be honest, some of us sit up here and we invite a lot of the fuckery that enters our lives. We invite it ourselves through the people that we associate with and through the things that we gravitate to. And it's time to do these self-evaluations and ask, where can I make the cuts? If your life is always drama filled, you need to start asking yourself, where can I make the cuts? Are there certain people that I'm associating with that brings forth this type of drama? Are there actions and activities that I participate in that brings forth this kind of drama? And then you start making the cuts. Now, some of you, some of you just can't fathom having a quiet, peaceful life. That's a little bit too boring for some of you. For some of you, if you had to wake up every morning and there was nothing but peace and tranquility and people just getting along, that's a bad day for some of you. Some of you are so far gone into the dark side of evil that goodness, peacefulness, tranquility is actually a bad thing for some of you. When you see other people smiling, does this get on your nerve? And I'm just talking to the people that's like this. Because if you're the type of person that like to see other people happy, congratulations. You are a normal, well-adjusted, and well-functioning human being. But if you're the type of person that if you walk out your door and you see people laughing and getting along, that you used to see arguing and fighting, and you got a problem with that, and you want to go and throw a monkey wrench in the situation immediately, you the problem. I remember when I had an issue with another content creator a while back when I first started. But now since then, me and this person, we squashed our beefs and we start talking, in the comment sections and carrying on. We start talking. Her content is very different than my content. I go in her content excuse me, I go sometimes to her page and I support her content, and sometimes she supports mine. And do you know that there were actually people that did not like seeing us getting along? They wanted us to continue the dysfunctional beefing back and forth because that just gave them life. There are some people that just like that type of shit. But to see the two of us laughing and getting along and there's peace and tranquility, they could not stand that shit. That at this, and I'm using myself as an example because I want to illustrate what this looks like. When you see two people getting along that wasn't getting along before, that you enjoyed watching fight, and for some reason it just kind of rubs you the wrong way, and you immediately want to go and put a bug in somebody's ear to keep the bullshit up again. And I see him because, like I said, I was down in her comment section, and as soon as I entered the room, and she was like, "Oh, hey, Faith," and I was like, "Oh, hey," I'm not gonna say the person's name, and, but we were like, vibing. And then the guys in the room that was normally used to seeing us beefing with each other had an issue. Oh no, not her. Get that heifer out of here. This, that, and the other. Now we over here vabbing. Nobody's beefing. Nobody's saying anything derogatory towards each other. But here come these drama mongers trying to throw a monkey wrench in the tranquility. If you are that, you need to check yourself. And I see many of you like that around. You latch on to these content creators and they become, how can I say, you live vicariously through them. Every day you log on, you're living vicariously through their drama. You're egging them on so that they can go and continue to start drama. These people will never get better when you're around. If you're that type of person, you are the problem. You're the problem. Because you are the type of person that when you wake up in the morning and everything's peaceful and tranquil, that's boring to you. You got to have some kind of drama. Peace and tranquility is boring to you. And I promise you, these are the type of people that I steer clear of. Because sure as shit stinks, you could be having a great day. You're getting along with everybody. You got a spring in your step. You got a song in your heart. And here come these damn joy stealers. That's what I call them. They swoop down to steal joy out of every situation by starting bullshit. These people will go into your inbox and they will send you little messages or whatever, little text messages. Such and such said this, that, and the other behind your back. They got to keep stirring the pot. They always are carrying messages and information so that they can stir the pot. And then after they've stirred the pot and after they've charged your battery up, they sit back and they watch what they've done. And this is their entertainment. Now that they've created the environment that they're used to, because like I said, they don't wake up and enjoy peace and tranquility. That's boring to them. That's boring. These people wake up and they look for ways to stir the pot and create drama because that is what their lives consist of. And like I said, if they're doing that online, I can just only imagine what their lives are like off of this online platform. And these are the people that you stay away from. Because I promise you, some of them are not going to understand that everywhere they go, there's nothing but destruction. Everywhere you go, there's nothing but chaos and destruction, it might be you. If everywhere you go, you the run tell it person, you the one that always shaking up some shit, you the one always gonna give somebody a message so you can stir some shit up, it might be you. But yeah, it's kind of quiet today, ain't it? Real quiet. It's real quiet today. But in other news, I wanted to talk about this debate that I watched last night. I watched the President Trump and Vice President Biden going at it. Good morning, love, wisdom. And I have to say, that was the messiest debate I ever saw in my life. I didn't know who President Trump was actually debating. I don't know if he was actually debating the moderator, what's his name, Chris Wallace. He at some points it seemed like he was debating Chris Wallace. Then at other points it seemed like he was debating Biden. It was just really messy. And I really didn't like the fact that Trump kept interrupting. Like every time Chris Wallace asked Biden a question, Trump is jumping in, interrupting him in the middle of his sentence. I really wanted to hear some of the things that Biden had to say on the issues. I don't think that he got a chance to really formulate his thoughts real well because the president kept interrupting him over and over again. And I found that to be very unpresidential, and I found it to be childish. And I also found it to make him look terrible throughout the entire debate. Now, he did have some strong points because, like I said, they talked about 6 issues during the debate. I think one of the issues was economics, and that's President Trump's strong point, economics. You know, he talked about how, you know, the economy was on the uprise before the whole COVID situation. And that's true. You know, we were doing better than we had ever done before. Black unemployment and actually unemployment for across the board for all minority groups had started rising. Not rising, but it started lowering. We had the lowest unemployment across the board for all minority groups in record history. And this is for women, Hispanics, blacks, Latinos, all minority groups. So I think that President Trump had a very strong message as far as the economy goes. Now, Biden, on the other hand, economy-wise, where he's talking about he and Barack Obama inherited a bad economy and they improved it and all this other type of stuff. You know, you didn't really see the economic growth with Obama and Biden during their presidency that you saw with the Trump presidency. Like I said, during their presidency in time, you know, my children, you know, as far as like opportunities within the urban areas, my children had a difficult time finding employment. But during the Trump presidency and during the Trump economy, when you have businesses like Amazon and what's that other one that just came back, the dog food company, I forget that the name of them. But a lot of these businesses did come back and they did start opening up warehouses in a lot of the urban communities. And so I started seeing the younger generation have more opportunities for jobs during the Trump presidency. And this is something that I paid close attention to. Because like I said, I look at my family members, I look at my children, and I compare their ability to get a job during both presidencies. And I saw that they were able to get jobs a lot better during the Trump presidency than they did during the Obama-Biden presidency. And then they talked about race and violence. And I again think that Trump run on that platform as well, because in most of the Democratic cities where you have all of these uprisings, you have all of these got Antifa and Black Lives Matters going around here tearing up businesses and doing the most damage and stuff like that. You know, this is mostly primarily in the Democratic run cities. And I think that Trump made a really, really good point to point this out. And Biden, you know, when Trump asked him period point blank, was he against all of the violence and different things that was going on with Antifa and Black Lives Matter, Biden couldn't even really answer the question. I don't think that he gave a really good answer. I don't think that he did a really good job of separating himself from that. Because like I said, he had been dodging a lot of those mayors from those major cities that had a lot of the looting and the rioting. Biden avoided talking to those public officials about bringing order to those cities. But you notice who was there? Even in Wisconsin, where they didn't want Trump to go. Trump would go to these cities anyway and talk about getting the cities back on board, stopping the violence, getting the police in order. That was Trump doing all of that. The Biden campaign, they were avoiding talking to these mayors. So, you know, as far as the racial aspect and the violence aspect, I kind of have to give the win to Trump on that as well. Because then also he pointed out the crime bill that Biden and Clinton cooked up back in, what was that? Was it the 96 crime bill or something like that? I forget what year. But this is a crime bill that was cooked up, that was written by Biden, that he never officially apologized for, that did grave damage to the Black community. And so my takeaway, because I was really, really wanting him to give an explanation for that, I didn't hear anything. No explanation whatsoever. The 94 crime bill. Thank you, love, wisdom. Good morning, Screen Learning and Chaz B98. Blue Devil. Now, there was an interesting moment in a debate where they were talking about the troops. I think it was the military or what have you. And Biden tried to say something about Trump calling the military stupid bastards or something like that. And then he brought up one of his sons. Biden brought up one of his sons that had served in the military. And he was talking about his son's active duty. But then Trump interjected and he talked about Hunter Biden. And he talked about how he had gotten kicked out of the military because he was high on drugs and narcotics. And he said that he was unemployed and that he didn't get a job until his father became vice president. And that job was something that was cooked up for him on a China board where they paid him an exorbitant amount of money to do absolutely nothing. And Biden stood there and he denied all these claims. However, there has been documented proof of these accusations that Hunter Biden did take a huge payout from China, and that Vice President Biden did help his son get that job over there, and that his son was not qualified at all. His son was kicked out of the Army for being addicted to narcotics and drugs. All of this stuff is well documented. And instead of him, you know, owning it and saying, hey, this is what happened, he just kind of kept saying that that's not true, that's not true. Now, the checkers, anybody that does their fact checking, anybody that understands or knows the history of this, they could easily go back and do a fact check and find that these things are absolutely true. So, my takeaway from yesterday's debate, I did not really like the fact that Donald Trump kept interrupting yesterday. I thought that he did the debate a real disservice in doing that. But I am impressed with the fact that a lot of people thought that Biden was not going to be able to hold up during the debate. A lot of people thought that he was going to fall flat on his face and that he was going to have a lot of moments where he was going to be forgetful. I didn't see that at all. He stood strong, in my opinion. He did hit back with a few points of his own that I felt were solid points, especially about healthcare when he got to talking about healthcare, because I really didn't hear Trump say what he was going to do about affordable healthcare. He never does. Cassandra says Trump exposed a lot about Biden. Yeah, he did. I think that overall, the winner of the debate, I would have to say it went to Trump because he did expose a lot about Biden. Like the mere fact that Biden kept saying over and over again that he did not support the Green New Deal. But here's the thing: how can you not support the Green New Deal when your running mate Kamala Harris was one of the people who actually um, helped write the Green New Deal? She pretty much endorses it full full fledged. So there is a contradiction there. And then he kind of overtalked himself at one point where he said that he did not support the Green New Deal. But then I heard him start talking up the Green New Deal, saying that it was a good blueprint, for climate change. So, I kind of need him to make up his mind. Do you support the Green New Deal or do you not support the Green New Deal? So I kind of thought that he did a lot of double talking as far as that was concerned. So President Trump did do a great job in bringing that out of him, because this is going to alienate him from his base. Because you got the far leftists, that are pretty much very, very on the progressive side with Bernie Sanders and AOC. They're looking for him to endorse, their socialistic policies. And so he just sat there and he shot it down in one fell swoop. Doug says that's why the Democrats tried to impeach Trump with Ukraine, because Trump was exposing Biden, part of getting Hunter Biden that seat on that board of energy and payout. Exactly, Doug. Exactly. Scream Lurden says when Biden could not say law enforcement, I knew it was over for him. Exactly. And here's the thing. I think that Trump did have he did have a real good moment when he said, I have several mayors and I have several cities that are behind me with their law enforcement. And he asked Biden point blank, who do you get? And when Biden couldn't answer that question because he doesn't have the backing of any city with any law enforcement at all whatsoever, when he couldn't answer that, that was pretty damaging to Biden. The issue of law and order, because every American is concerned about their safety at this point with all these riots and protests. So with him not being able to say law and order, that was a huge, huge red flag. And it looked very bad for Biden. It looked like he was in cahoots with Black Lives Matter and Antifa, and with their violent rampages and destroying of property and stores and different things of that nature. And the Americans overall, we're just getting tired of it. But like I said, I watched that debate. It was kind of cringy, you know. Biden, he's sitting up there, telling Trump to shut up, calling him names, calling him a clown, calling him a racist. I wasn't really feeling that. So you had Biden with the name calling, and then you had Trump constantly interrupting. It was very cringy. I really hope that when they do the next debate, and I hope that there will be another debate, I really hope that they kind of work on those areas. Biden needs to be, a little bit more professional and stop with the name calling and telling people to shut up. And Trump needs to be quiet and let other people talk. Because there were a lot of instances where Biden probably would have put his foot in his mouth, but with Trump constantly interrupting, he kind of saved Biden, in my opinion. Cassandra says Biden, Wallace, and Trump show the world that they will never go against their own when Trump refused to denounce the Ku Klux Klan and other white extremists. Yeah, I saw that because he told the Proud Boys, because Biden did put Trump on Front Street when he asked him if he was going to denounce white supremacy. And Trump said something that kind of troubled me. He said, "Yeah, sure." He said the Proud Boys need to stand down, but stand by. What does that mean? What does stand down but stand by mean? Like, are you their leader? How are you going to tell somebody to stand down and stand by? So, I didn't like that part at all. And that was the part that was most troubling for me, because it did make Trump appear to be on the side of these white supremacists, Ku Klux Klan and Proud Boys, and people of that ilk. He should have separated himself, but it made it seem like he was their leader, in my opinion. Screen Learning says President Trump is strong with suburban women and middle class black people. I just don't want my taxes to go up and keep the IRS tax code as is or improve for business owners. I agree. I agree. uh, Love Wisdom says he's telling the Proud Boys to be prepared in coded language. Exactly. That's what I thought too, Love Wisdom. To me, you're telling them to be prepared for a race war, to be prepared to, go against Black Lives Matter and Antifa. And, I have to agree to a certain extent with some of the leftists that Trump, incites a lot of this violence with some of the things that he says. Because I peep that too. And see, this is a lot of the reason why I'm on the fence for not voting this election, because I damn sure don't want to vote for Biden, because I know what type of policies he implemented. All of his policies were detrimental to the black community. But then you got Trump over here. A lot of his policies are good for the black community, but at the same time, he's over here saying stuff like telling the Proud Boys to stand down but stand by. Stand by. What the hell? So I'm on the fence for not voting this election at all. Good morning, Stefan Moultrie. Right, exactly. Jason says they're all in the same gang. I agree. BMT says, man, looks like Trump gonna win this one. When he shot the silver bullets about Antifa and BLM radical factions. Yeah, he's got a very, very big, what do you call it? That little swanky voter base, that down in the mud, trailer trash base that usually don't get out and vote. he's actually galvanized those people to head to the polls, and that was a group that no white liberal could ever touch. And the mere fact that Trump has them in his pocket, and there's a lot of them too, yeah, he's gonna get it again. He's definitely going to get in again, unless the Democrats cheat and rig the election. I see Donald Trump getting in again. I understand, Doug, but like I said, I can't get behind Trump when he says stuff like, telling the Proud Boys to stand down and stand by. I have to really, really raise my eyebrow at that. BMT says, I'm already part of my area militia. Y'all better get groups together. Chaz says, there ain't gonna be no race war. I don't know. I don't know, Chaz. The way things are going, it seems like it. It seems like Black Lives Matter and Antifa, that's exactly what they're pushing for. Pay attention. Everywhere they go, this is what they have been instigating. So I don't know. I would not rule that out. But okay, I have done my 1 hour spiel. Should I drop the link for anybody that wants to come up and discuss anything that I have talked about thus far? Should I drop the link or should I end it right here? Okay, I've got the link copied. All right, I don't see your comments, so. All right, so I do have the link copied and dropped into the chat. I got 3 minutes before this goes into 1 hour. So if I don't see anybody up here, I'm going to go ahead and end it on this note. But before I do that, I'm going to read some of the comments. BMT says, y'all do know I'm one of the Proud Boys. If you're not in the faction, step aside. I want to have my guerrilla confrontation. Okay. All right, who we got? All right, what's up, BMT?
Yo, what's going on? Proud boy right here.
Okay, now how are you a proud boy?
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of people don't understand. They think Proud Boy is only something that's just a white man or some stuff like that, when that's not even true. And I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, people don't even understand that type of language. That's why I don't get in too much on these social media goddamn neo nepotism of this stuff. Like, there's a lot of different factions and stuff out here. Before even COVID even hit, there's been different groups, different militia, different correspondence of VFWs, militia groups, different guerrilla war setups. So there's a lot of Proud Boy. I mean, honestly, when COVID had hit, that's when a lot of agencies had gotten activated. Uh, I'm sorry, I'm not protecting nobody just because you look like me. I'm just not doing that. Y'all can get that. Y'all can get that shit out your mind. That just because you look like me, I'm supposed to run up and start. No. It's just, what can you offer, or what do you have worth my time? Because that's honestly how it breaks down to in guerrilla war or competition 1-on-1. Like, when all this stuff started going down the hill, those who had garnered protection under certain groups, there wasn't no doggone riots in our areas. There wasn't no riots because You wasn't running up in the area where there were 14 people with guns. You just wasn't going to run up in there. That would have been a massacre for you. Like usually the town sheriff or the town sheriff already knew, okay, this area has guns. You don't hear about those suburbs or those areas being hit. Why? Because they have civilians that are armed to the teeth. But we can already understand that a lot of low income based areas actually, and even to put to that, the Hispanic community in certain areas, they had guns. That caught us off guard. Some of them had guns geared up to where they were policing their own people. So it's honestly like if you ain't part of those stuff, you probably just need to step aside and just, you know, stay out the way. Because if you ain't about that life, you know what I'm saying, it is what it is. But all this preaching of books and throwing out this timid and all this shit. Hey, it's gonna be good, baby. Like I love that. I was having fun last night. It was like one of the funnest debates I ever watched in my life, man. Like I was having too much fun for it to want to stop. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, okay, so they called out some stuff, but honestly, let's just be real. I mean, these things been happening. It's just that now they're just more out there in the open and more people feel empowered. So, I mean, if everybody thinks that, well, there's going to be a race war, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to say that because different sides have been doggone throwing their mud. Different sides have been throwing their mud fairly. So only people I'm surprised haven't come out of the goddamn the Mandarins. I haven't seen the Mandarins come out, and or I haven't seen the Mandarins come out. But as far as I know, the Browns and the Blacks they've been fighting. The whites have been fighting, jumping on whoever they could fight. They shooting each other, and then you got blacks with whites fighting whites, and then you got blacks fighting blacks. So ain't nobody know who the hell um ain't nobody know who the hell. See, people, and they got to. And I loved it when Trump was talking about Joe, saying, "Hey, man, like, didn't you write that last bill about black people? You know what I'm saying? That one that you thought we all forgot." And Joe started stuttering. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I saw that too. I saw that too. He was really kind of off kilter when he talked about the race thing. And
Yeah.
that's his weakest point because he knows that he endorsed a lot of bills that hurt a lot of black people.
Now,
But my thing is, do you think that this is maybe not necessarily going to turn into a race war as much as it's a war between the liberal left and the right wingers?
it'd be more of a political war of liberals, liberals versus the right wingers. Like, and I gotta be real, the right wing is just more armed to the teeth. Like that's like one of their tried and true things of guns. Liberals think that well, leave it up to a system that's pretty much suck, and everybody's supposed to do right or have people run around with bike chains and lock sockets and stuff. Like, no, I'll take my 5.56 round. I bet y'all put a few people down and bring them back to reality. But yeah, it's not no. It's I mean, race war. You're more likely to see that because people come together off of money and different other garnishments of power. I'm sorry, like when you start getting that power, that they start coming together. You nothing different you can tell me. I'm sorry, I see money cross in front of me all the time, and that's the king. Bullets, money, resources. You got those things, people will come want to sit at your table. And I'm sorry, if you ain't talking that type of language, talk race war all you want. But white boys be coming to me asking me for bullets all the time. I mean, I got a few black people who will come across, but they mainly gather that kind of stuff for their families. They ain't gathering for like, well, we gotta get it for this. So they ain't buying them bulk like that. It's usually the white people be like, hey, me and Cletus gonna buy these bullets. We got $1,200. You want to sell it to us? All right, cool. Shit. It is what it is. It's gonna be it's more of that was more of a political policy war that we was watching. Everybody thought it was about them, but if you check the Platinum Plan Act, it literally said that it was going to condemn KKK and radical right groups as terrorists. But some people don't read, so I understand that.
Okay. Well, let me go ahead and welcome KK to the stream. What's up, sister?
Hey, I was just coming up here to make a quick word. That's all. Yes, it will either be a civil war or a race war, and maybe both at the same time. For people who don't read and people that either they like fake conservatives, not I don't get that you're if you is one, you're not a hateful one. And I know that me for sure, I'm not protecting black men that hate black women and men from these silly ass they little online hateful groups, even if they used to be in them, because they ain't getting no protection either. Because I'm going to piggyback off what he said, and I will never protect a lot of them neither, because they going to go first anyway. And it can also be a race war against the cops. They don't understand it for the dumbasses that don't read, that's been reading. And I don't care about what people say about certain pro-blacks. I've been pro-black before the internet and whoever I roll with online. I've been pro-black way before YouTube and social media become popular. And I don't care. People be calling themselves not liking certain people on here, but I know that I'm gonna be protected. I'm gonna protect my damn self and whoever I'm with and my family. People talk stupid when it come down. That's what shows me right here. Even when they come here, they don't stick together with other black people. Yeah, some of us all skin folks ain't kin folks, but I know I'm not fucking with a lot of them that come up here that spew their hateful rhetoric about black women. Our choices, they always got a question about protecting them faith. Make sure you do not protect them either, because they come up here and they disguise themselves as being cool, but a lot of them still carry a lot of hateful shit. And I will never be a second wife to a lot of them, because a lot of them are bums anyway. We always had more and made more. I really don't care who black women date. Make sure that you date a protector and a provider. We gonna always have our own anyway, because that's just how we're made. Because they don't want to take accountability for their dereliction. It's not always a gender war. They just love to spew they hate. I noticed that in real life, even running into one and just recently talking to somebody. They talk shit about black women because of they one or two bad experiences. And I always tell them, choose better. You can't choose. You can't start over with your mother, but you need to get therapy. Now, if they don't want to do that, they want to stay broken from a former panel that you had before a while back. A lot of people just like staying broken. They want to stay the way they is. And a lot of people love to promote that who they ain't gonna protect, but they the most unprotected they damn self in this country. I get tired of a lot of them coming up here talking about who they not gonna protect, and we the only race that had that conversation faith about who gonna protect us. That's all I hear. That's why, like I said, sorry, now it's a lot of people that I'm not gonna even have conversations with, and I don't want to work with. Because I look at they sound hateful. They try to disguise it as something else. Now I ain't debating nobody else. I'll be talking shit when I go on little chats, but I'm not debating nobody up there because they weirdos. A lot of people are weirdos, and they got a lot of self-hate issues. I don't want to be bothered with them, and I ain't trying to fix all of them because they just gonna be where they at. Half of them gonna stay on the bottom. The ones that want to rise, I deal with them. But like I said, that's it. I don't have to date American men or even do business with a lot of them. American black men, because they something else. A lot of them hurt and bitter, and I don't really care to fix a lot of them. And now if they wanna change, the ones that want to be, they can say what they want to say about pro-black people and whoever I'm cool with. It's about working or being together, the ones that do. I'm like, I don't deal with conservative black men because half of them, most of them are coons anyway. And that's just 100. I've studied that for a long time. And it does have something to do with books. So that's false. I don't care what part of the group of they is. And it's a lot of them that will sell you out just to hide the stuff that they have. I know that for a fact. That's why I'm like, I don't mind uniting with all type of black
You
women.
know what? And I just said a lot of the stuff that you just said, KK.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. No, I was just saying a lot of the stuff that you just said. I mean, that resonated with everybody. I'm seeing Screen Learning in the chat. He said, yeah, right on. Yeah, but you're absolutely right. If we stay ready, then we don't have to worry.
Right. And they will always love to
Here's the
criticize.
thing about the whole situation.
Yeah. Oh, I'm almost finished.
Mm-hmm.
And they always want to criticize what people doing what other pro-blacks do in their neighborhood, but they ain't doing nothing but sitting and talking, or the ones that got a problem with us online in certain groups. Because I'm like, a lot of us do stand up for our communities or try to do what they can do by the others, and I know that certain people, they talk shit about us or me, in different chats. I'm like, and if you don't like us, you ain't got to be bothered with us or online. Like, they love to judge that, and when they do attack the pro-blacks that do try to help or change or bring information, because they can't handle the truth. That's the thing with them. They love to do all types of stuff and then attack you personally. And like, they've done a lot of other hateful stuff towards pro-black people. They don't be thinking you see that or see them. And I'm not for the American military, because they don't have no respect for black people. They never did. They probably just started changing their policy some years ago. But I'm not, and the scary ones, let them be.
So I have a question. What policies or what projects, that are your groups or your factions making right now?
No, I'm not disclosing it online. I wouldn't tell you anyway, because you're not. You sound like you don't want to protect most black women, so I definitely wouldn't tell you. So
Okay.
I think you
Well,
say a lot of weird stuff.
all right.
You
So
okay, but I think you say a lot of off the wall weird stuff.
So all right.
Like, you got a problem with protecting black women, so
Okay. So
that's including you too.
we have policies coming up later on, guys. Pretty much, you have the two-step act plan. I guess we're never gonna know what some people are
Now,
doing.
but new policies, if it got something to do with Trump,
I could have
I
sworn.
only know a few of those, but not a lot of them. But that's the stuff that I've helped and do in my career in the
Okay.
past.
So
Be organized stuff and do stuff.
all right.
And probably like gardening, other besides that though.
Gardening's a policy. Okay, that's a cool policy you got. All
Yeah.
right. So anyway, we got the policies coming up. That we're
But if
looking
you
at.
but if you're not protecting black people, it don't matter.
Why are
I'm
we
not.
just? All right, okay, okay,
I
okay.
don't do conservative black men, because a
Okay,
lot of
that's
them
cool.
are
That's,
coons.
that's, that's
And
nice.
you
So,
definitely want you a mess.
all right. So, one of the things about it, so we're going to be looking at policy, but let's get away from just talking about this, pro, that. Let's talk about policies and stuff.
If you don't do a lot of reading with pro black, we can't have
Oh
that
my
conversation.
God! Like literally, come on now, come on now. Now,
No, I'm
so,
serious. If you don't like reading, you ain't gonna never understand it.
okay,
So
okay, no, that's fine. That's fine.
these are policies
All
that
right, KK, I'm back. I'm back. Let
okay.
everybody has to talk at one time.
I
Go
know, but
ahead,
I was just
BMT.
telling him, if
Okay,
he haven't read books from the last
okay,
15 to 20 years, he not gonna understand.
Right, right, right.
He can
We
read
heard,
stuff now too.
KK, we heard you. Let him speak.
so right now, one of the so a few policies that are coming out that they actually are starting to talk about is one of looking at contract work that can actually come into urban communities, as well as for those if you have a family member or anybody who's already been arrested, has a prior conviction. They have it now where they're looking at the two-step act plan that literally actually gives incentive for companies or businesses to actually want to hire that person that we know probably has a role, has any said issue that can actually probably help them get some income back in there without having to work under the table. We know a lot of people literally are having problems getting jobs because they're set under a system bar that okay, because you have a felon, we can't we can't throw out your application, but I'm probably not going to hire you. But now, if we're talking about making incentive for those types of things, one thing is possible is that people need money. So we need to start actually looking at garnership of plans and programs to actually help people. I get that that everybody's talking on these types of wars and stuff, but the 9 to 5 man and woman right now is focused on I'm fighting to keep my lights on. I'm fighting to actually make sure I have gas in my car. Those are the war tangibles that people are fighting for. Right now, we're trying to actually get money and finance back into urban community schools, as well as all over the country. So, in looking at these type of plausible things, I mean, I don't have time to care about these factions of who you with or that doesn't mean nothing. What I do care about is actually trying to help people get along with their lives so they can live productive lives. If they can live productive lives, they don't have to start doing all this pick a side, this or that. That's bullshit. Because literally, I'm trying to make money. So we do know that people are having problems becoming homeowners. We do know people are having problems actually dealing with stuff with their credit and stuff. we have it now where now if your politician or your elected officials in your community are not talking about things that are honestly are plausible to actually helping you, then I mean, gotta be real. Then you might need to start actually refreshing and rebuffering the people that are sitting on seats, which is actually more plausible because now we're actually getting to look at like, okay, they didn't do nothing for you for these 4 years. We probably need to start changing seats. We already understand that there's a new Supreme Court judge coming into office. This woman is not for abortion at all. She is super Jesus loving Christian. So for a lot of men, y'all might want to be prepared. So hey, maybe you might want to start strapping it up. These things, um, regardless of how anybody feels about their feels, people need to start actually looking at these policies of how they're going to affect, especially with no knock warrants, a lot of things with the funding, where the funding is properly getting distributed, mental health care and medicine. I'm sorry, but like whatever people want to think, these things are going to be here. And honestly, people are having a hard time keeping up. A lot of people are already after December. Might want to, you can hate Trump if you want, but Trump did sign a paper that if you go online, your landlord can't kick you out of your home due to COVID. He did sign that paper.
They're already ignoring that.
No, they can't ignore it. That's against the law.
It doesn't matter. They literally are already ignoring it.
So here's the thing: if they do that, all you need to go do is take that to the sheriff. And literally, that would actually because we literally went over that what the law actually did a show on that. So if they were to somehow overlook that, which was actually signed by the CDC, then literally they would actually be going against the law because literally that would mean. But I can't kick my tenants out. I had a tenant that came behind, but they also watched my show, so they're like, Mr. Johnson, COVID hit my hours. Yeah, you're right. So all my tenants have that in their lease file of that paper. I put that in there for them, so that way I'm not. I understand some people have slumlords. I can't help you if you got a slumlord.
No, as I'm saying, you're ethical. A lot of people aren't.
Right.
And also after December, it means nothing. December is a couple of months away.
Yes, that's true. That is true.
So I'm just saying he didn't do anything.
Well,
I'm saying one of the things that people don't realize about the Supreme Court justice, everybody focuses on the abortion part. She's against the health care plan, which basically means what the insurance companies want to do is do away with the pre-existing condition, and she's going to vote to remove that. So basically, you're going to make insurance all but super unaffordable for pretty much the majority of people.
Yeah.
Because the way they decide pre-existing conditions are, you can have something as easy as acne as a teenager. Any woman who's ever been pregnant has a pre-existing condition. All these people who have COVID, who've had COVID, that's a pre-existing condition. So abortion has affected 1 in 3 women throughout their lifetime. Pre-existing conditions affects hundreds of millions of people. And putting her on the Supreme Court is going to basically make your insurance pretty much unaffordable. Like even if they qualify you for it, you won't be able to afford it. And nobody's talking about that.
I agree. No, I agree. That's why I brought up. That's why Ms. J. I brought up her name, but I want to insert.
I know, but I'm saying a lot of people don't care about abortion because it doesn't affect them. Pregnancies are way down, so people are not. They're thinking, okay, I can just go ahead and make sure, like you said, strap up, use birth control, and I won't get pregnant. Or I don't live in a state where
I was really listening. I was listening for the healthcare issue because that is something that I'm concerned with. Neither one of them really addressed that.
No, the reason why they didn't address it because Trump had a strategy to basically derail the entire debate. He didn't want to debate because he can't back up his record. His record is awful. So we went in there trying to basically derail it. Just like you have people who jump up on panels and they basically completely destroy the topic because they want to talk about something different. That's what his goal was. And he accomplished that.
Now,
so people are focusing on his behavior and not on his awful record. And people are being discouraged thinking, oh, it was both sides to do it. It doesn't matter if we vote. This is how it is. The system is rigged. And so they're going to stay at home, and that's how Trump wins.
Now, question.
Okay. Well, hold on, BMT, because I have to introduce Love Wisdom onto the panel. What's going on, Love Wisdom?
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, what's
Okay.
up?
Good morning. Miss J, it's so good to hear from you. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Um, the debate last night, that was really like watching grumpier old men. I mean they both had some valid points, but with all of the name calling back and forth and all of the craziness, it was very difficult to, actually get the side that they're coming from. Now, to Ms. J's point about um, the Affordable Care Act, I work in the healthcare industry, and I will tell you, our insurance as employees have went up 20%, and I can only imagine what the annual notice of change for the members are going to be. And we're talking about senior citizens with assisted daily living. We're talking about those with pre-existing conditions that is going to affect them in so many ways where healthcare is going to be literally unaffordable. Just like when the Affordable Care Act first came out, if you didn't choose a plan from the marketplace, I think you was penalized like $690, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
So yeah, so it affected a lot of people, and to BMT's point, folks don't have that type of money. The
mm-hmm.
cost of living has not gone. Excuse me. Um, Wages have not increased, but the cost of living has increased. The concern for me is that by December, there will be 30 million Americans literally out of shelter,
I'm
and
saying you do notice that's the reason why Trump went ahead and extended that thing till December. He wanted to extend it until the voting was over. After the voting's over, he doesn't care.
Wow. I
right.
figured that.
So
So
it,
that's what I'm
it
saying. People are so discouraged and just looking at the wrong thing. He's doing this because he wants you to be discouraged. Because he knows his supporters, no matter what, they're going to vote for him. He needs the people who are on the fence to stay at home. That's how he won last time.
and
That's the plan.
it's it's I agree with you. I think for a lot of people, they really don't have a dog in the fight, because I think honestly both sides are full of shit. Even
But
with
I'm
the
saying
whole thing with
everybody has a dog in the fight, though. That's the thing. We do all have a dog in the fight. Like you were just explaining with the healthcare plan. That's gonna literally affect everyone. If it doesn't affect you directly, it's gonna affect one of your family members. That's a dog in the fight.
what I mean by not having a dog in the fight, as far as the voting process. Like, I know, like, individually people may have a dog in the fight. I'm talking about overall. It's like, well, who do we choose? Because if we look at it, both sides, to be honest, um, especially when it comes to COVID-19, the way they just handled things on both sides was absolutely horrible. It was a dog and pony show. So now when it comes to going to the polls, okay, well, who do I have? Because you got one side that says anybody but Trump. Then you got the other side like, well, Biden and Kamala, they're liars. So who do I get to choose? Because at the end of the day, my family is going to be affected by this. Because what happened in the last election, you had low voter turnout because Hillary with the darn crime bill, and then you have Trump just off of GP. So we're back in a situation where, who do you choose?
So I'm
Who do you
saying
choose?
once I get that. I'm saying that is how he wants to bear it down to. But I'm saying it's not both sides handling this COVID situation. There's one side. There's Trump. He's the one who basically has a radiologist in charge of the CDC now. As far as the COVID situation goes, he's the one who's basically telling people, "Oh, it's not a big deal." He's the one forcing people to reopen schools. He's the one who's basically telling people it doesn't matter whether you not you wear a mask. We're doing the worst out of the entire world because we're refusing to follow science. That's not both sides. He wants you to think it's both sides, but it's not both sides. It's one side.
Yeah, it may be one side, but you also have another party that's also sitting back letting it happen too, and they want to pretend that, oh, we
But it's
didn't know
not.
about this. You
But it's
know,
not.
I think
It's
the
not two
Democrats.
sides. I'm
I gotta be.
saying the Republicans own the Senate and the Congress, and excuse me, and the whole executive branch.
no, I
The
get that.
Democrats own the House of Representatives, so it's not two sides.
No,
It's
Well,
I
one
get,
side that's running this.
well,
I get that. But what I'm saying is, we know that the Republicans pretty much they own the entire operation. But when you have another party sitting just sitting back, just watching this go on,
Because they can't do
you
anything. They don't have the power.
I don't know about that because they
yeah,
were
I don't
all.
know about that.
Yeah,
I'm saying if
I'm just
I
I'm
don't
saying.
know
saying
about that.
what
I
exactly can
I
the
can't lie on that.
what
I can't
exactly
lie
can the
on that.
House of Representatives do to make Trump basically run the science department correctly?
Well, the same
What
way they
laws can
tried
they
to
pass?
well, the same way they try to impeach him over something crazy, like they know when to come out
But I'm
and
saying in
fight on
impeachment,
something.
right? I'm saying an impeachment is an indictment. They did that. They weren't able
Right.
to remove him because the Senate Republicans, instead of all the evidence, said no ahead of time. We're not going to remove him.
Okay, so let's look at this. Like in Lori Lightfoot made a mandatory curfew. See how she did that? Like that's a Democratic run area. She made a curfew that listen, y'all are getting sicker and sicker in my area. Y'all can't be around nobody. So like literally to get caught without a mask, you were automatically going to get a ticket, or you could have had gotten, the police would have had to detain you. Like there are stuff you can't do. Like I found it
I'm
BS.
saying but that's the local government. That's not the federal government.
Hold on, but see, nevertheless, local government affects me faster because
I get
literally,
that, but I'm saying what's up for election right now is the federal government.
but I'm saying this. I find it interesting. They were saying go vote. Everybody gave George Floyd like 3 funerals, and I couldn't even bury my damn cousin. But somehow they were having a whole funeral slash procession of people walking down. I'm like, holy shit! I can't bury
Right,
one
because
more.
I'm saying there's local government, there's state government, and federal government. Okay, in certain local governments, like pretty much all of Mississippi for the longest time, you could do whatever you wanted to go ahead and do because that government said we're not going to have any orders where you have to basically isolate.
But
You can go out and not wear a mask. But I'm saying other places it was different.
okay, but if somebody says, "Hey," and I got to be fair, like I do talk with other people in other states. When there was time when there was riots and stuff, they did ask for, "Hey, do you want the federal agents to come in and help you?" You had it where certain people were telling them, "No, y'all stay out of my city. We don't want Trump here." It's not about Trump. It's like you got your people there that are getting screwed around and fucked with. Like that's not fair. I get what you're saying, but I'm like, if you have the power, because the president can't enter or put his people in your state without your clearance or your permission. So if I know that you're in an area that people are trashing and tearing up your job, so you might not have nothing to come back to, and they're saying off of their ego, no, I don't want them in. That's bullshit. But yet you say I'm supposed to hate that dude, but he's just saying, hey, I can have this agency go in and clear it up for you. That did happen. Like Chaztown, there are a few people got killed in there and got kidnapped. We can't overlook that. Around the hurricane that just happened in Texas, they didn't want him to come in for that shit. Listen, I don't like the man either. I don't like him, but I'm like this. This ego shit is causing a lot of people to lose their lives, their livelihood, and also their job. Like
Right.
at some point, like yo, man, like I'm not about to fall victim to two people playing God over my people's lives. And like, I mean, it is what it is. But right now, I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, if y'all don't like the insurance plan that go, then find somebody black who has a little insurance company and put your goddamn money into them. Or find somebody that's willing to work with your corp. There's a lot of black insurance agencies. So you don't like the white man's insurance agency, you might want to start banking into somebody that's like you, that you say, okay, then make it affordable that we can put into you. Make it come two black banks just join together to make $1 billion. So it's not like people aren't making the move. It's just that, are you choosing to back them, or you're just going to look at, well, white man, I hope you do right by me. It's just
Right.
one
You
of those
should do something. My whole point is do
right.
something. But to sit back and say, oh, both sides do this, I'm not going to participate. That's why we have the government
Okay.
we have on all levels, because we don't vote for anybody. We stay at home, and then the crazy people get out and vote, and then we have insane people in government.
Okay.
I'm just
I'll
saying
go
that's the
with you on that one.
I'm saying the
No,
point is you have to
right.
choose on all levels. You need to come out and vote in every election, from city council members to who's your mayor to all sorts of things. I mean,
Of course.
even the school boards, you have to come out and vote. But I'm saying we don't do it. And then we turn around and be upset when we have insane people who don't look out for our interests. You have to do two things to make sure the government works for you. You need to either vote or donate money, become a lobbyist.
Look, see
That's the
that
two ways you can go ahead and get them to
I
work
feel you
for
on that
you.
one.
But if you sit at home and do nothing, yeah, you're going to be screwed over because they don't care about you.
Right.
Right. I
So I'm
agree with
saying
you on
that's
that.
the whole point. That's what you need to do. But everybody's like, no, it does not everybody, but certain people saying, no, don't vote, don't participate. It doesn't matter. What's going to happen is going to happen. It's all up to the white man. And then you wonder why our community looks the way it looks.
Right. See, I on that, you made a great point with that. See, every time there's an election, we always have a group of people that says voting doesn't matter. It doesn't make sense. And my question always, and it will still be, okay, so what's your alternative?
Yeah,
Crickets.
a lot of times
So,
their
right,
alternative is to complain.
right. So those type of people I don't pay any attention to, because at the end of the day, even if you don't agree, voting for a president, the least you can do is vote in your local politics, and they won't even do that. So I don't even pay those people any sort of attention, because like you said, their goal is to just complain. You don't get anything done by complaining. Like, you have to get up and get your hands dirty and get things done. You got to be the change that you want to be. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Well,
But
no, that's
unfortunately, the
true.
people who don't do anything are 100 million strong.
Well,
Right.
here's the
Like
thing about
100
it.
million Americans did not vote in the last election. So, and the presidential election is the ones where the majority of people vote. So if you have that situation, that's why we're in the position that we're in now. So understand it, understand the game being played. They really don't want you to vote at all. They want you to sit home so that the rich and powerful who paid their hundreds of billions of dollars can really run stuff. You're letting
Well,
them do it by sitting at home and saying, oh, it doesn't matter. You're right. You don't matter. Your community doesn't matter. Your school doesn't matter.
Okay, well, Miss J, what if you don't feel like you got a good option between the two candidates?
right.
Okay. You need to study what the issues are and vote. You do have a choice. If you don't have a choice, if you choose not to exercise that choice, then you need to sit down and forever hold your peace.
I
You
totally
know,
understand.
that's just how it is. We don't have another government that we don't have another system of government. This is the one that we have. So I understand watching the news can be frustrating. It can be confusing, but it's our responsibility to sit down and literally do the research. It's out there.
Well,
Like right now, come November after the election, they're going to basically go before the Supreme Court and basically decide whether or not they're going to have the Affordable Care Act the way it is now. Whether or not pre-existing conditions are going to go ahead and be covered. That's going to come after the election. And this Supreme Court justice that Trump is putting before right now to be confirmed by all these Republican senators, they want to go ahead and get rid of the pre-existing conditions part. They're not telling you that part. They're telling you everything else but that. The news
now,
does not tell you the real situation. So it's going to be up to us to research that. That's our responsibility. It does affect us.
I always make sure that whenever I do content or a show, I always tell people, listen, man, I'm not your pastor. Don't take my word for it. I always put the sources of where I get everything under my channel, so that way people can go read and look at it for themselves. Like, don't look at my word, but I don't want it. I don't want you to just have my hindsight of what I see. You might see something differently. You know what I'm saying? So when people said they don't have a power or what can we do or this man gonna do this, I'm like, well, how much money did you put up? And they be like, what? What do you mean? I said, well, think about it. You got 4 years to literally get with some people. You know where they're going to be at, and you can lobby and put in your own stuff. And we know that this is true, but we've been seeing different groups do it every 4 years. They pool some money together. Now, I ain't saying it got to be a crazy amount, but to garner up together $5,000 and say, hey, I want a dirt road fixed. How does that feel? And put them on the spot. And we've seen different people have literally put like Bernie Sanders on the spot. Hey, Bernie Sanders, what do you feel about Adolf? What? After a while, he didn't have. He said, "Yo, I don't like Adolf." He said it right there in his own. But see, they pressured him in that because literally the lady kept showing up to every meeting. Okay, she gets how the game is played. Then after that, they had somebody, a transformer, run up on Don Lemon and says, "Yo, I got something I got to say about this." Now all of a sudden, people want to hear what they had to say. It's like, yo, if you don't go up there, instead of just being, YouTube is great, but going up there and actually going to these people up in their face and saying what you feel and say, hey man, like you want me to actually get behind you. This is how I feel. I got $10,000, or literally write out a plan. And literally, it's not like it's not have been done. I'm not saying the person's name, but literally, they actually took $10,000. And they say, Mr. President, I have $10,000. Um, this is all. I know it's not much, but guess what? Sure enough, they got contacted by a Congress representative. Now they get stuff done in the area, and that is a black man. Now, mind you, he said, "I'm not. I'm not for Trump." But he said, "I got $10,000." He gave him $10,000. That money got returned back to him. But you got to understand. Listen, there's nothing in this country for free. It's not. I don't know why people think that is. There's nothing in this country given to you for free. They don't give you money unless they think they can make a dollar back. So, and that's just being fair and just being very, I guess, what they want to call the pill. So you got to start telling them like, hey man, I get you don't want to play this deal with us, so let's make a deal. You know what I'm saying? This is business. This country is about business. And honestly, with trillions of dollars behind in debt, they're trying to find out who can make the dollar. Now, black people, we say that we the best workers, right? I'm gonna be honest. Right now, I'm getting into contracting with Amazon right now. I'm going for the $1 billion contract, but that means I have to get my ass out there and actually start showcasing the work. We can't just hope that every culture is going to do right by us, man. Like at some point, I'm a little bit over the goddamn gender war, the who's this and that war. Like, yo, bro, it's like survival of the fittest right now, dog. And right now, we got it where, I got to give a shout out that some of the women now they're getting into politics. You know why? So I don't get mad that when we're seeing rights being put out there for women. Why? Because they are going out there into politics to be Supreme Court judge, judge of this, judge of that. You can't get mad at them because they take partaking in the system.
You have to play the game. If you're not in the game, you're never gonna win.
Right. So
the whole reason why we had the Voting Rights Act in 1968 was in the 1960s was so we can participate in government. Before we were locked out, legally locked out. Now we're not. We're choosing to lock ourselves out, and then we're crying about it.
Right. No, and that's
there's so many other things that we can vote, that we can fight for, that we don't have to put the title of reparations, but we can still get our reparations. But we're not thinking that way.
That's true.
All right. Well, let me go ahead and introduce new people onto the stream. We have Stream Learning and LAR Movement. Then I'm going to move it back up to Love Wisdom. What's up, Stream Learning?
Hey, what's going on? So just kind of going back to the presidential race. So for those that are kind of on the fence on whether to pick Joe Biden or President Trump for your pick for the popular vote, number one, the Electoral College picked the president, so don't be too stressed about it. But number two, they both have websites. I went over President Trump's website, pros and cons.
I'm sorry, your sound.
The sound's messing up?
No, it don't sound good. We can't hardly hear. It's like you echo.
I can hear him.
Yeah, but he sound kind of low. I'm sorry, I just couldn't hear him.
I'll speak with my chest. How about that?
Go ahead, Scream. Go ahead, Rock,
Yeah,
brother.
continue,
We can hear
Streamliner.
you.
Okay, I'll start over. I'll start completely over. But so I went over President Trump's website on my on one of my channels. I did Joe Biden's, but I haven't uploaded it. But they both have websites that lays out their talking points, and they're both basically the same. So when it boils down to it, it's either were you happy with the federal government under President Trump or not? That's what it boils down to, because President Trump, he and Joe Biden didn't mention the wall. I'm a little bit upset about the wall that got fumbled. Another thing that got fumbled by President Trump is the fact that he promised to bring troops home from overseas. He didn't. He fumbled that. And the Platinum Plan is for season 2 of President Trump. If he gets a season 2, he didn't do it during season 1. So don't count the Platinum Plan. Focus on either did you like the pros that President Trump's administration rolled out? If you don't know everything that he's done as far as pros and cons, Wikipedia has some really good information, even though it's not a trustworthy source. And then as far as Joe Biden, you got to ask yourself, do you want your taxes to go up or not if you're a business owner? If you're not a business owner, then it's more than likely your taxes are going to go up as far as federal income tax and state income tax if you have that. Because a lot of things that Joe Biden and his administration are promising are a lot of liberal policies that are going to throw money at a lot of things, but it's not really going to help out the individual. So definitely use the websites and Wikipedia as sources to make your decision. You definitely want to vote local, your local races. If you really, after looking at those sources, you still don't have a decision that you want to make for president, you can leave it blank if you want to. I'm not promoting that, but definitely vote local, because your local races are going to affect you faster and more than what the federal government does. I'll pass it to LAR Movement.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, LAR.
Good morning.
What's going on now?
What's happening? I don't know if people take into consideration that if you're on if you're on a positive trajectory in life already, you're gonna vote for what benefits you. And if you're on a negative trajectory, you're gonna vote what benefits you. The problem is both, people are cutting off their nose to spite their face. So nobody's really, and I'm not even gonna sit here and lie and say I saw it, because I kind of foresaw what was gonna happen. If you're financially have problems, if you're unhealthy, you fool. This is what the America you're gonna live in under Trump or Biden, because none of them are gonna fix the economy. That's not what they're gonna do. It's just
True.
which side are you gonna be on? The side that benefits people who are owners, or the side that benefits people who are renters?
Right.
So at the end of the day, what are you actually voting for? Because ultimately, what a lot of people need to be doing is preparing themselves for either feast or famine. And even if you vote for your feast or your famine, whatever it is, but you better prepare for both after that, because it's coming.
I agree. I agree with you wholeheartedly. But here's the thing. When you say that you're going to have to choose who you're going to vote for, and neither one of them have our best interests at heart,
Exactly.
isn't that kind of saying that,
Right.
really there's nobody here, that has anything worth voting for?
No.
Correct. Facts.
That's not what I'm saying is, when I said about the renters
Not
and
supposed to be.
owners, the owners and renters, if you vote for what benefits you, Trump benefits certain people, Biden benefits certain people. So if you vote for one of those people, you're voting for them in the case that you have a plan for a windfall to come your way.
And faith neither.
I get what you're saying. Like, in other words, you're voting for the person that is more detrimental towards your cause, and I agree. That is so true. That's honestly can't be said
But
no better.
that's how democratic run governments are supposed to run.
Yeah.
The individual person, that's what one voice, one vote means. You're voting what's in your best interest.
That's true too.
So I'm saying if you sit down and you don't vote for them, vote at all, you're letting other people vote for you. Because the election is going to happen regardless. I'm saying the election is going to happen regardless, whether you sit down and do it or not. It's going to go forward.
Right,
so I'm saying
it don't
you ignoring
benefit us
it doesn't
neither
help
one,
your
though.
situation.
No. The thing about
I'm
it
not
is
voting for
most
neither
people
one.
who vote don't have a plan in action to benefit off of their vote if it goes their way. I'm saying people
Right.
have been voting, you know, or about to vote, and they have an actual plan. Okay, I'm voting for this person because this is what I'm gonna do when they get in, or if they stay in, or I'm voting for that person because this is what they're gonna do if they stay in. A lot of people are just voting, not understanding there are hordes of people who are voting with an actual plan of action after this.
And the Democrats sure don't have it. Neither one of them benefits us. So they're gonna do what they want to do anyway, no matter who wins.
No, they can. Democrats can benefit. Okay, I look at it like this. Republicans.
They're not benefiting black people. That's what I'm talking about. That's the main thing.
Well,
the stuff that we want to bring to the table.
See, y'all try to think of the collective vote. That don't really.
That's what I was about to say. Like, there is no black collective vote because we don't have an agenda collectively. It's a fractured agenda.
Right. So I'm not voting for neither. They don't have our best interest. But like Faith said, healthcare insurance is important though.
Yeah, but even if you don't vote for either, somebody black will. For their specific reason.
And they always pressure you to do that. You see it over and over again. They always try to get the black vote, the Democrats.
Okay, I'm voting for me. You voting for Trump, so I got you. We'll vote for Trump. Since you ain't your goddamn Social Security.
Because at the end of the day, like you're gonna have people voting for their private interests and voting for their social interests.
Yeah, that's true too, Ella. That's true.
Well, let me ask the panel this question because this came up during the debate. But what do you think about Biden telling Trump that he should not pick the next Supreme Court justice? That he should wait until after the election?
I think Biden needs to shut up. I think Biden's a clown who could have put somebody in there already. See, Biden was the vice president.
How could Biden put somebody in?
Oh, that's right. I didn't know he could.
He couldn't. That's the whole point.
Vice president. Wait,
vice president. I'm saying the reason. No, listen. I'm saying Obama put someone forward, but the Senate has to confirm it. Okay, the Senate is run by Republicans, and the Senate decided they weren't going to hold it. So Biden had nothing to do with it.
Hold on. All of what you're saying. The thing about it is, you also remember when Obama was in office prior to that, they had the House and the Senate, and they still wasn't doing nothing.
Right.
I'm saying, but he put forward the Supreme Court. That's what I'm saying, though. When it comes to the Supreme Court, that's not on Biden.
Wait a second.
When Obama had the votes, he put people on there. That's how Sonia Sotomayor got on there.
Wait. Y'all got to let people say their point.
That's the thing.
Thank you.
Biden was the vice president. Biden was the guy who was supposed to be able to galvanize the House and, the House itself, because Biden was the one there for the longest amount of time. Biden was that dude. Biden was the one that was there 30, 40 years. He's the one that knew everybody. So at the end of the day, it was part of his job to get that done.
Okay, but I'm saying Biden's a Democrat and the Senate was held by Republicans. So Biden had no control over that.
Even if that's the case, you
was the case.
Worked in that circle 30 plus years. You should know how to get it done because somebody got it done quickly after you did. It is one of the most
because the Republicans had owned the Senate.
It is even there's been plenty of times where Republicans and Democrats have actually passed something when somebody else was the majority. This was an epic blunder politically You don't become president and have a Supreme Court seat just slip through your hands just because.
Yeah, you can if the other side doesn't even bring it up for a vote.
That means you're actually not willing to fight as much as you say you are.
There's nothing to fight for. The Republicans did not bring it up for a vote. They have that right to do that.
So hold on. So
then now they decided, because they run the Senate, that they wanted to go ahead and bring it for the vote, for they're rushing it forward. They literally changed their own rules. It's not on Biden. Biden was the vice president. He does not run the co-equal branch of government, which is Congress.
Let me
the
ask
president cannot run Congress legally. Congress is up to Congress.
Who said run Congress? I'm saying if
is running Congress. If the Senate decides they're not going to do something legally, the president cannot change it. He is a co-equal branch of government. Just like the Senate cannot run how the Supreme Court does their job. You can confirm them, but once they're over there, that's on them. You can't control them. That's my whole point. I mean,
it's not about controlling people.
How can you make someone bring up a vote?
The same way they got people to vote for the Affordable Care Act.
Because they had the votes.
The
Senate, the Democrats had the Senate, but the first couple of years that Obama was president. The last 6 years, they did not.
It happened the third year.
Yeah. Can somebody explain?
No, I'm saying 2016, when the last Supreme Court was open, the Republicans owned the Senate.
I'm talking about the Affordable Care.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm saying the reason why the Affordable Care Act was able to pass was because the Democrats ran the Senate. That ran in 2000. That happened in 2010.
They did an executive order that time. That was an executive order.
But isn't that the same thing that isn't? Hold on, wait, Miss J. Isn't that the same thing that LAR was saying though about Biden being in office all that time, and when they had the Democrat-run Senate and Congress, they did not do it.
Right.
And I'm saying for the first 2 years they had the 60 votes. Then Edward Kennedy died, and a Republican took over his place. When the Republicans took over his place, they were basically able to run the Senate.
Okay, but
really,
here's the thing about it, and I wanted to put this out. But I remember when that Affordable Care Act thing came around, but we had to start giving people insurances and stuff, and people were complaining about why my insurance. I said, listen, man, blame your president, dog. Like, that was something forced on all of us. And like, I had a lot of young people coming to me, like, listen, when they want to doggone right or do an executive act, like just jump over everybody, trust me. Politicians like Nancy Pelosi at one time said, we don't want to give out stimulus checks. So nobody did that. Then all of a sudden overnight, they went behind closed doors and said, all right, everybody can have a check. I'm like, what? Hold on. Y'all just said y'all not running this thing, but now all of a sudden y'all can just hand out checks on a whim when y'all want to give out checks. But then all the big companies got like no scratch off checks and stuff. Like
when they ones getting all the bailout money, right?
Exactly. Now when they wanna get the bailouts or they want to put people in certain positions, they will do it. Like they will do what they want to do behind
exactly.
And one of the big
but I'm saying the House doesn't confirm the Supreme Court justices. Is what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with the other parts, but I'm saying when it comes to the Supreme Court justice, the president can put forward his nomination. The Senate has to confirm. It's literally in the Constitution. The Senate only, not the House. The Senate has advised consent. They can decide whether or not a vote is even going to happen. But for the first time in U.S. history, the Senate decided they were not even going to hold a hearing to decide whether or not they were going to vote to put someone on the Supreme Court. For 8 months, they held it up. They waited until the Republicans won, and then they went ahead and confirmed it.
Now here's
that's
the thing
not on Joe Biden, is what I'm saying. That has nothing to do with Joe Biden. That was the Senate.
Now, BMT, you can rebuttal, but I want to move over to Love Wisdom after you.
Right. I would honestly want to say about these policies and stuff, because I kind of lost the question. The only thing I want to say is like a majority of the Senate is now in favor of Biden. Like literally, that's
the majority of Senate right now is Republican.
They're Republican. That doesn't mean they're not in favor of doing or going saying I'm going to put my stuff towards Biden. They could just because you're
No, they literally afford Trump. That's the
okay.
reason why Trump was not removed from office.
Okay,
He got indicted from this,
can I do my
and the
rebuttal?
Senate decided not to vote for him,
You're not
vote for
gonna.
his removal.
Okay,
They're
can I
not
do
for
my?
Biden.
Okay, so anyway, so one of the things about it, when all these things started happening, with these radical militias started popping up, that everybody was looking for Trump to say something. He got caught tongue-tied with saying that it's not airborne, that it's not being airborne. That's when you gotta understand it's like a business. I keep trying to tell you I'm a soldier. I know how these things work. It's a business. So when your CEO is messing up, your branch is going to start looking at it. Okay, we might need to start looking at other people, other prospectors. So when you got another guy saying, "Hey guys, I might have a better plan, but you got to put me in that position." So now they're going to start going away. That's why you kept seeing Trump firing people. He's like, "Oh, you're not going to do what I say? Fired. You're not going." Like, you don't understand. Like, he's playing against his own people now. Like, so in saying that, if you want to put the proper people there, politicians do things behind closed doors and say, I'm for this, but I'm actually voting for that. I'm against pedophilia, but guess what? I'm voting for that. Like, they do things so totally different. Everybody thought that Hillary was getting in office, but Trump won. Like, they play games and tell you they're doing one thing, your taxes are getting lowered, but then somehow everybody's taxes jump up. Oh, we must have slipped that part of the bill. Like, so you gotta understand, don't
Rich is
let
getting
people
richer.
what they're telling you on the mic. What they tell you on the mic, they might be marked down differently. That's the thing about being a politician. You're being paid to lie. So then, I mean,
That's
I
true.
don't know why you think they're always going to be honest with you. If you're not paying them, they don't work for you. That's just how it works. You're not paying them. The Hispanics were getting paid. They told them, hey, can we get the immigrants stimulus checks? No, okay, then we're not voting for them. But they couldn't have their workers. They couldn't have their underpaid workers. So you gotta understand, man. These people play the games with our dollars, and if they're not getting what they want, they're not going to cooperate with until they get what they want or until they get certain policies. These people are trying to keep their paycheck in their seat, and they will screw over whoever they want to in those doors unless they get what they want to be lobbied for. These are best to understand. A politician, most of the time, they are millionaires that have other prospects in
And they
business.
supposed to be working for you, but they don't. But I get what you're saying.
But so understand it. If something affects business, healthcare, insurance, big pharma, real estate, anything, they're not going to vote against themselves. That's how they work. These are all millionaires sitting in there. They bump up their own paychecks. I'm telling you that. So when they hear something that goes against what they want, they're going to not vote for that. They're going to pull out. They can say I'm a Republican, but a majority of them that are Republican are lobbyists for like liberal agendas. So, and I know that for a fact. So don't think just because I put down I'm a conservative, but I don't mean I vote for Republicans only. I vote for Democratic stuff too. If it benefits me, like LAR said, I'm going to vote for it. Whether it be Democrat, Republican, Green Tea, I'm going to vote for it as long as it benefits my dollars. That's the thing about it. It's agendas. Everybody pays for their agendas. If you ain't paying for it, then you're ass out of luck. There's no loyalty.
Oh, all right. Well, I want to go ahead and pose a question to Love Wisdom, then move on to the next segment. But Love Wisdom, how do you feel about what Biden said to Trump about him not picking the next Supreme Justice until the election is over?
I think it's bullshit. I mean, at the end of the day, if I'm not mistaken, when Supreme Court Justice Anton Scalia died, I forgot how that whole process worked. If I'm not mistaken, the Republicans wanted Obama to choose one after the election. Correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that is true. They literally held up the seat for 8 months, and they said they were not going to bring it forth for a vote because it was not fair. It was an election year, and then whoever won the presidency in the fall should pick the next Supreme Court justice. They're doing the exact opposite of what they said literally 4 years ago.
Ms. J, which term was it? The first term or second term of Obama?
The second term.
Okay,
in 2016.
Right. Sure.
I'm saying in 2016, Scalia died. Obama put forward Merlin Garland, to be the Supreme Court justice, the Republicans did not even put it forth for a vote. They held it up and said, no, the next president should be able to choose a lifetime position for the Supreme Court. 4 years later, they're doing the exact opposite.
So, okay, thank you for bringing that up. Now, the reason why I say it's bullshit, because here's the thing, I think LAR or BMT said it. The fact that now, regardless of what everybody is telling Trump, wait until after the election, he like, fuck it, I want her in here now. I'm going to do this now. So what does that tell you on Capitol Hill, that even though we have the legislative, the executive, and the judicial branch, and they all have different jobs, at the end of the day, if somebody wants you in there, they're going to do what they got to do to make sure that you're in there. And I have seen Trump go past the judicial branch, the legislative branch to get shit done. It's been a lot of backyard deals behind closed doors. It's a smokescreen to the public, but behind closed doors, they're getting a lot of stuff done and pushing things out in the midnight hour. So I get where Biden is coming from, that, protocol, wait until after the election. But you're dealing with the man who don't give a damn about none of that, because he's running the whole thing like The Apprentice. He's a businessman, just like most of them are. It's what's in their best interest. Now, Joe wants to follow protocol. Yes, he does. But at the same time, Joe already knows. Joe been in politics for 47 years. He knows how to play the game. They want us to believe that they're following protocol, but in my opinion, to BMT point, they do a lot of things behind closed doors, but they just want to make you seem that they're doing everything right. It's certain things you just got to read between the lines about. That's just my opinion on the matter.
Okay, well, I want to move over to the next question, and the next question is going to be about these mail-in ballots, because they did bring that up during the debate. I'm going to start with KK, then move over to LAR. But KK, President Trump has a issue with the mail-in ballots. He says that this is an opportunity for the Democrats to cheat in the election. Do you think that he has a valid fear of election, what they call it, interference with the mail-in ballots?
His thing is not valid. He just on bullshit because he don't want nobody that say, like, if you serving in the army, or if you out of the country, or if you're ill and you're not able to go and do the coronavirus, he don't want it to be a fair election. Or say, like, if my grandmother's too sick to go to the poll, she won't be able to go to it, and she can just mail her ballot in. He just don't want it to be a fair election because he just want to win by technicality again. And I don't think too many policies that he putting into play that's harming Black people. Yes, he is biased. Yes, he is racist. But I think Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are the worst Democratical pick to pick. They're not in our best interests. I just don't think they is in either one. It doesn't matter whether I'm a business owner or not. But I do also care about certain policies that would affect me as a Black person, because I know that they starting up a lot of loans that Trump had proposed or something for, like, lower, like minorities and stuff like that, for us to take out, and that's going to be very harmful if you don't pay those loans back too. So it's like a double-edged sword. Both parties suck. But the mail-in ballot he don't have a point to that. He just want to be unfair.
Okay, and LAR, what do you think about the whole mail-in ballot situation? Do you think Trump has a valid concern?
He got a concern, but it ain't about cheating. It's just he didn't say the whole thing. The thing about it is, when it comes to cheating as far as elections, that's something that white people do mostly. But when it comes to mail-in ballots, the problem to me is basically the youth voters, because normally college-age kids vote Democratic, and they're the ones who are harassed the most about voting, because they might not be in their home state. Not everybody's at home. So guess what? You might have a gang of youth voters, 18 to 22, who could swing the election, because That's what won Obama the election initially, was the youth voter. And Biden is connected to that. But as far as, how many people can vote, that's normally some white people do. Vote as themselves and vote as a dead person and all that stuff. That's their thing. But that's what I think about it.
The main reason why he doesn't want mail-in voting is basically is not even to really, it's basically to suppress the urban vote, people who are in large cities, which is the majority of Americans. If you go out to the suburbs or the rural area, they can vote in 5 minutes. If you go to a voting poll in a big city, you can be there literally all day. So it's a matter of convenience. You can go ahead and discourage people from voting, because his whole thing is not to make you vote. It's actually to discourage you to not to vote.
Okay, well, actually, Miss J, I was gonna move over to you after screen learning, but you're absolutely right. I was going to get to that point, but I do need to go in succession. Screen learning. What are your thoughts?
So the Electoral College picks the president. We got to remember that. So your vote is for the popular vote, which determines whether your state's going to keep the same Electoral College members or not. So as far as the mail-in voting, I mean, there is absentee voting. When I was a military service, when I was a service member, I did absentee voting. So that process, it is what it is. I think President Trump does have a valid concern, because if I can go to Walmart and buy groceries with my mask on, social distancing and all that stuff, and I can go to the gym, I can go to all these other places, I should be able to go to a voting location and do the same process. So I think I don't know what the strategy is for the Democrats to want the whole thing to be mailed in. I guess they're trying to circumvent it. I don't know, but I do think President Trump does have a valid concern, because
well, maybe I should say this to all of you. Okay, there were a few ballots that were found in a few cities where they were dumped in rivers. They had a few ballots that were dumped in dumpsters. Some of the ballots had Trump's name on it, by the way. So, what he's saying is there's a wide open thing here where these ballots can just never make it to its destination with the mail-in vote. So I'll hand it back to screen learning.
I mean, yeah, that kind of that doesn't really change my opinion on the whole thing. We definitely should have voting stations so that we can vote with a machine, so that a bunch of ballots are not thrown away and people aren't filling them in incorrectly, because that too can happen and that can negate someone's vote. So we should have the voting locations open for people to go in there and vote and show ID, as opposed to relying on the mail, and the mail is not really reliable.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Yes, go ahead, Miss J.
I was going to say, the reason why the mail has become unreliable is because Donald Trump literally put in somebody to head up the United States Postal Service to sabotage it. He's actually slowing it down on purpose so people can't get a ballot. He's literally taking sorting machines out of major portions of the country where he can sort 30,000 pieces of mail per day. He took it out so it can all be done by hand. So the reason why all of your mail is late is because he's deliberately sabotaging stuff.
I didn't ever think about it like that. Thank you.
No, I'm saying there's internal documents. He's literally done this. And that's the reason why everybody is getting their mail late.
Wait, you said that somehow he took that out and...
Yes, that's literally what I'm saying. He put someone in there called, I think his last name is DeJoy. He put him in to head up the United States Postal Service. He went into various parts of the country and took out huge machines that sort the mail by machines. He took it out. So now it's done by people, by hand. He also banned overtime. He banned the people staying over from their route to go and deliver the mail. He's slowing it down on purpose. So you
Well,
can't get your ballot.
Wow.
some people got to do that. Some people got to actually do the old school way
Being
and send out
politician.
mail and do their job.
Yeah, and people are not getting their prescriptions. They're not getting what they ordered, like the different gifts and stuff, or different just regular stuff. Yeah, he did that on purpose because he doesn't want you to get your ballot.
So that's why Nancy Pelosi having a problem passing that CARES Act or Heroes Act.
I'm
It
saying
hasn't
they passed that back in April. The Senate, which is Mitch McConnell, he refused to bring it up for a vote.
Right.
So
And
right now
So
everybody's
again,
thinking, oh, Congress isn't doing it. No, they are different. The House already passed it. The Senate is not passing it for a vote. You need to have both of them pass it.
what did Biden or Camilla do? What did they do in their
They
state?
can't do anything. They're not in control of it. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Biden has nothing to do with it now. He's out of the government.
no,
He
no, no,
doesn't
no.
run anything right now.
So what about Camilla? What was she doing in her area?
She's in the Senate, which is run by Mitch McConnell and the Republicans.
Okay, so the whole time, so Camilla's never been doing anything while she's been at work.
I'm saying they bring it. They propose bills, but
Oh, okay.
if the Senate decides, which is Mitch McConnell decides, I'm not going to bring it up for a vote, it doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. It's up to him. He has to bring up for a vote, and then they have the vote. You can put amendments all you want to.
Hold on.
It doesn't matter if he doesn't bring it up for a vote.
So,
Okay.
Okay, now and here's my question, because what I was seeing in the news is that Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi, they were at a stalemate for a long time. Now Nancy Pelosi, she was refusing to even talk to Mitch McConnell or anybody in the Senate regarding the stimulus package, and then that was
I'm
one of
saying
the things that held it up as well.
for the second time.
She already passed it, is what I'm saying.
Well,
He hasn't brought it up for a vote.
You know what's crazy? You know what's so crazy about that, Faith? As much as she was complaining about, getting affected and stuff, she had no problem going to get her hair done and all these other things. And I'm like, damn, everybody can't go get fixed up, and people can't go shopping, but you going about like with no mask on and stuff and living the best of your life. And I'm like, well, damn, like, how is this possible? How are y'all still getting mail, wearing those little Kajimi stuff and throwing up fists and all that dashiki stuff, but then everybody else, can't do their thing. I always find it interesting, but somehow everybody's finding these documents and stuff and all these things. And, and I mean, hey, to each of their own. But
guys, do y'all understand exactly all the different levers of government, how it works?
No, I
Well,
only
yeah,
want
we do, but the thing
No,
about it is, Nancy Pelosi has been using a lot of methods that are not traditional in order to hold up the situation. Like
That's what I'm saying. She's not holding up the situation, is what I'm saying.
but she has though.
Exactly.
She has, and it's been well publicized that she has. She has.
She already passed. The reason why we even got a stimulus is because she passed it, and the Republicans agreed to it. She passed a second one, and the Republicans.
Okay, but look how Nancy Pelosi operates. Just like when came time for Donald Trump to do, I think it was the State of the Union, or it was something like that, and she was holding up the information, just so he couldn't go and do what it was that he was supposed to do. Nancy did that, and it was non-traditional for her to do that. And everybody was saying how bogus she was when she did that. Nancy does a lot of sneaky, underhanded stuff, and it's been well documented.
The State of the Union is a speech that doesn't affect anything. It's just a speech.
Oh, it does affect.
To actually have laws passed, you have to have the House of Representatives, which she runs, the Senate, which is run by Mitch McConnell, and the president.
Hold on.
She doesn't run everything. She doesn't have the ability to pass the majority of the stuff. She needs the Senate and also the presidency to make a law.
This is the thing about the politics, that you, in a sense, Ms. J. This is how I interpret what you're saying. If the Democrats don't have the presidency, the House, and the Senate, they can't get anything done because they need to have all three.
No, I'm saying in order for a law to be passed, a regulation, so forth to be passed, you do need to have all three. You
No.
need the
Right, but you have somebody participating in unorthodox stall tactics. That's what I'm talking
yeah,
about.
it's called Mitch
Right.
McConnell. He's
Look,
not bringing up
Wow.
anything for a vote.
this is
No,
Yeah,
that's
hold on.
No,
no, because
First,
Nancy Pelosi. Listen, to
let
be
me
Do
honest,
y'all
look,
think it's both of them?
let me
no.
just finish this real quick. For the majority of politics, there are people who are on opposite sides of of parties who can figure out to work together. You don't need all three cohesively. That's when you don't, that means you're not trying to work, because even if you flip it around, Republicans have got things done with a majority Democratic House and Senate.
right.
They have. I'm saying Mitch McConnell is not doing his part. That's my whole point. I'm not saying Republicans
You
on a
don't,
whole.
but Miss
I'm
Jackson, you
saying
don't
there's
need Mitch
literally,
McConnell.
he is the leader of the Senate.
No,
If he does not bring a bill
so
forward,
you just
nothing
gonna
happens.
ignore Nancy? You're gonna ignore all
I'm
the
not
stuff that she's been
ignoring
doing?
I'm not ignoring Nancy. I'm talking about to make a law. To pass the stimulus bill is a law. You
Wait,
have to
wait,
have
hold
the
on.
Senate actually bring it up for a vote. There are other Republicans who are asking Mitch McConnell to bring it up for a vote, and he is refusing.
So hold on, let's crack at that. So let me. But I've been doing a lot of political talk for a while. So when they were saying, "Hey, y'all, let us get," because we heard a lot of black men and women saying, "Yo, we're being set out the job for illegals," and they said, "Hey, y'all, sanctuary states need to open up so we can get these people out." Oh no, you ain't gonna tell us how to run our state. That's against the law. Or they were literally getting caught telling the people that they were going to do stings on their businesses and stuff, or they wouldn't allow ICE to go in. See, that's hindering the law, because literally, if we're trying to get rid of people that are keeping people like me and you from jobs, that's a problem. And I mean, they're not working no little in jobs. These are people that are working in the bank. They even put one in working in like what, the state house. Like, I'm like, whoa, y'all are jumping past some laws now. You can't put an immigrant that doesn't have no paperwork in these positions and let them work. When literally you could have gave that to a black person. You could have given somebody who's actually a person of the United States. But we had it where these sanctuary state cities have been doing that to black people. Now, I don't find how that's fair that literally those kind of things are being overlooked. Like, get it? Like, you don't, if you say Mitch McConnell, but we're not going to pretend that a lot of these people haven't been holding their cities hostage, doing things. Y'all going overlooking like policies or stuff going on with violence and stuff. I remember there was a black man. He got his kids got killed. His daughter got killed by some immigrants in the doggone city. How come they didn't talk about about them illegal immigrants that were killing people? So you got these issues going on, and you can't give them the same brand of justice because, oh wait, it's a sanctuary state. They didn't know better. You know what I'm saying? That, hey, they have a right to be here. And I'm like, no, they don't have a right to be here. Why are they still able to make the same thing that I'm making, and I have to pay taxes? This motherfucker, well, they do pay taxes. How does an illegal pay taxes and participate in something that
They
they
don't. They don't.
so
But BMT, let me make this point real quick, because see, she keep glossing over Nancy, but it was Nancy's own party that was getting ready to remove her from her seat because she was holding up the stimulus. She wasn't moving forward. You know what I'm saying?
You know
So
what I'm saying? God,
how's he gonna sit up here and ignore her? But let me go over to Love Wisdom real quick.
I look with this whole thing with the ballot box. It's I'm kind of getting that 2000 George Bush versus Al Gore type of vibe again, where they had
Exactly.
a similar issue, with the votes, and there was some voter suppression that was going on, and we may be falling back into that type of 2000-ish issue that went forward. And we got to cross that bridge when we get there. Because I mean, at this point, he has the postmaster up there, and the postmaster, he a little shady himself. So at this point, we got to sit back and see what's actually going to happen. Now, as far as Nancy Pelosi is concerned, I'm gonna be very honest with you. Nancy Pelosi is shady. Nancy did want to sign that stimulus bill. Irregardless of Mitch McConnell and how things work, as I said before, it's a smokescreen because they do a lot of shit behind the scenes. Nancy
Correct.
knows exactly what she's doing and how she's doing it. This is why I say, even though you had the Republicans running everything, the Democrats too, the Democrats still have a say in certain things. And what they love to do and what people have noticed and have spoken about is they like to sit back with their hands folded and pretend they don't see nothing until it's convenient for them. And that's where, wait a minute, hold up. For example, with the COVID-19, he knew since February about this and he didn't say nothing. Bullshit, because you knew too, and you didn't say anything until it was convenient for you because it's an election. At the end of the day, to LAR's point, the Republicans and the Democrats can work together. That happened under the Clinton. That happened under the Clinton administration, which is why at the end of his term, we had a surplus because the Democrats and the Republicans actually worked together in spite of their differences. We are having two parties right now who, at the end of the day, it's a game of chess. And the American people are pawns. So they play people's emotions against one another. The Democrats ain't no better than the Republicans, and the Republicans are no better than the Democrats. The only thing is, you have to read in between the lines. We know what Trump is doing. We know exactly what President Trump is doing, but President Trump is America. That is the American mindset, is it not? That's why he is so favorable in spite of what he does. Joe Biden been in politics for 47 years. This is the same man who was on C-SPAN, who did that Oscar-worthy performance on C-SPAN to get that crime bill passed. Okay? You have Kamala Harris with the truancy laws in California that was putting people in jail. So they're both two peas in the same
and
pot.
locked up black men. Facts.
So at the end of the day, politics is a game. Politics is a game. Irregardless of what side you want, it's a game. And to LER's point, what side benefits you the most? What side benefits you the most? What is your America going to look like based on who's going to be in office? See, all I know how the system works with the legislative. I know how all that works. I took civics class. I know how all that works. Push all that aside. They don't give a damn about the flow of operation. They don't care about all that. What they care about is what's in my best interest. Because had all three branches worked together in unison like they love to tell people, we would have been had that secular stimulus bill out, not that little measly $1,200. We'd have been had things done. We'd have been curtailed a lot of these things, but that's not what they want to do. We got all this chaos because you got two sides who should be working together, right? Who've been in there for damn near half a century, who don't want to work together because it's the game. It's the game, and the American people are the pawns. Now you got to know how to play the game. Because at the end of the day, regardless of who's in office come November, whoever's going to be the new president or remaining, them bills still got to be paid though. Okay, that light bill due. Shit still got to get done, irregardless of who's in that seat. What I'm saying is, look at it from both sides and see what side benefits you the most, and use your best judgment. Get out the way about the legislative branch, because at the end of the day, they ain't even following protocol they damn selves. We can see that. Play dirty just how they play dirty. That's how I feel. But that whole thing with voter suppression is just like 2000. It's going to be just like 2000, where they got to recount all these votes back and forth and back and forth. Right. We know what the game is. We know what the game is. You just got to play it to how it benefits you. That's just how I feel on the matter.
So I think the thing about it was, and I covered over it on my channel on how to get a job at the census. And I know that wasn't like the most coolest episode to want to watch on, but understand the census did went out, like, and it actually did already happen. as far as to go for voter suppression, I mean that's bullshit. Because honestly, if you wanted to, I just see Walmart and Target in your clothes. People were in that damn thing like no tomorrow, ass cheek to ass cheek on each other, and literally, I mean, people were walking up in there with no mask on that time, maybe walking barefoot. I seen all that damn shit in Walmart. So I mean, honestly, I got to call somewhat of shenanigan that people were giving a damn about that, but people were saying that they wanted the doggone clubs back open, they wanted different jobs back open. People were still going to work as essentials, and some people got cut short. A lot of people jumped on unemployment, and they were like, "Well, keep the checks coming." And I'm like, "Well, damn, bro, like this stuff we got to go back sooner or later. We have to go back." And as time went on, certain things started coming out. Some people stopped coming to work. People stopped doing things, and I said, "Yo, you're gonna have to wake up from the dream. Like if we don't get back to it, that bill that they can't just nobody's just gonna work for free. We don't live in that type of system where people work for free. Somebody's driving a truck for free. I'll let you stay up in a place for free. I got to eat too. So we we gotta understand that if you're gonna tackle things at an agenda level, what I'm saying, shout out to a group, and it didn't even get covered. A group of people, not the people who brought 96 acres of land, they took $500 out of their stimulus check and they opened up they bought what's it, a little mall parking lot. They bought that. That was a little bit of people. They just took their money and did that. But you gotta understand, man. Like with these things, you're gonna have to start doing stuff to affect you to work your way up, or you're gonna have to start lobbying for what you want. As far as it goes for the crime bill, with all these doggone police officers walking off, black people, hey, if y'all don't like the police that much, why don't y'all go be the police? Police your own goddamn shit, man. You know what I'm saying? If y'all don't want these doggone things happening with the zoning, listen, man. I can't say I'm tired. I walk in there, I see a black woman, predominantly working in there, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but you might want to start rubbing elbows with people in these positions to actually start finding out what's going on in your doggone town. You need to start finding out who these people are that are sitting in these seats in your school board, in your town council, because literally they're making the rules that affect you directly. Now, as far as it goes for like voting, I'm ex-military. I was in all the way in Massachusetts, but I was able to vote down in South Carolina because I went to the state building and fill in the paperwork, and it got sent down there. I got to be for real that we've already had this enacted in law that they were taking votes. Y'all remember when John Kerry and Baby Bush? What happened in Florida? Y'all forget what happened? Somehow everybody thought Kerry won. Y'all remember that? But what happened to all those votes? They somehow announced Bush won before the election. He said, "Wait, how the hell is that even possible? We thought Kerry won." But then they said, "Oh, we got to recount the vote." Y'all gotta understand, man. Like it's better for you to go down there yourself and actually do it yourself. I mean, it is. You'll go anywhere else to go ahead and go look cute with these glimmer masks and all this other shit, but you won't go ahead and secure to see, yo, man, what's really good going on in my area. Like, the complaining is gonna. We can complain all we want, but this ain't going. It doesn't complaining don't change shit. Doing is what they really fear is when you're actually doing something that's worth a damn. So, if you think you don't got protection, go buy a gun. Go buy a gun. They still selling firearms for $370. You can go buy a good one, and you can go buy a pump shotgun. You know what I'm saying? If you really feel like you ain't protected, you might want to start taking up classes on how to shoot a gun properly, or take up some martial arts. But as far as this damn sympathetic stuff, it's kind of going out the window, man. And you don't feed yourself, you're going to just starve. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna lie, I'm not voting just because I'm black, just for black people. I'm voting for my agenda, for BMT's agenda. Y'all can say that's selfish, but I don't give a damn. And everybody's voting for what the fuck they want, but then everybody wants to hold other people accountable that you need to do this, you need to do that. No, man. Welcome to America.
Okay,
Everybody's
well,
voting
I,
for
I kind of I kind of want to keep the discussion about the debate. And
that
another
is
thing, hold on, BMT, because you're going into voting, and everybody by now knows they should vote. and you should vote for your best interest and all that good stuff. But now I want to talk about COVID-19 because that was brought up during the debate. I'm going to start with screen learning, work my way over to Miss J, and then circle back around from there. But they brought up COVID-19 and how each candidate is talking about handling it. How do you think the president has done as far as handling COVID-19? And what do you think about Biden's plan to shut down everything?
We definitely don't need to shut down everything. I think that was a bad idea for the governors to shut down each state. So the governor shutting down each state for the essential versus non-essential, that was a bad idea. As far as President Trump, I did not like how he was briefing everyone he established a COVID task force. He had the vice president over the task force, which was weird. And then President Trump is out there addressing the reporters and giving conflicting information than what the task force was giving. And it was just very convoluted. I think he definitely dropped the ball because on Monday, he would say no masks. On Tuesday, wear a mask. Then on Wednesday, it's, wear a mask if need be. And President Trump was just doing a lot of fumbling instead of letting the task force do their job. So the confusion on the information on top of it wasn't really clear exactly what we should do listening to that task force. And then majority of the handling was at the governor level and lower for each state. In my opinion, I think the president and his administration did a poor job with COVID. They definitely should have taken a note from what other countries were doing. I got it. He stopped travel to and from China and to from other places, but they should have just not sacrificed the administration should not have sacrificed the economy just to save lives when in fact they had all the information. President Trump himself has said that he didn't want to make everyone panic, so he kind of lied, or he lied a lot, and there was a lot of fumbling going on. So as far as what Joe Biden was talking about shutting down the country, that's exactly what President Trump's administration did, and I disagree with that. So because the Democrats really want to shut down the country and roll us into socialism, even though the Trump administration dropped the ball, did a lot of fumbling, I would go with the Trump administration, because at least I think that they have a lot of lessons learned from how they handled it. And I think they would do a better job as opposed to just shutting everything down.
All right. And I'm sorry, Miss J, I meant KK. I don't know what's going on. KK, what do you think about the whole situation with the COVID-19? Do you like how the president handled it? Or what do you think about Joe Biden's plan to shut down the government?
I kind of really don't like the way Trump handled it, but I liked it how the mayors and the governors came together in different states to handle their own personal state, except for Texas and Florida and maybe one other state that didn't have their stuff together. But yeah, we should keep it shut down because everybody don't want COVID, aka SARS. And no, we should not reopen the economy unless they, how you just go for your essentials and just to work and come home. Because I'd be damned if I send my nieces and nephews back to school or even my own kids because their life is at risk. People so thirsty just to make money, they put money over their own health, which is the dumbest shit I've ever heard of. And no, I wouldn't vote for neither one. And Biden want to keep it shut down. I kind of agree with certain things that he say, but I don't think he had the best interest of African Americans with him and Kamala Harris' track record of locking black people up. So, but I wouldn't pick Trump neither. But unless reparations and healthcare and certain things and putting stuff back in the community was available, I will be on board with either president that represents that. Because it's about policies, not nothing else or nothing personal, and about the community. I know a lot of people are selfish and they think about only themselves, but I'm more so thinking about people that want to work together. I'm on board with that with my own.
Okay. All right, BMT. So we getting back to you. What do you think about it? like the current way that the president is handling things with the COVID-19, or do you think that Biden's whole government shutdown is the answer?
Uh, we can't afford another shutdown. We can't. We done did the numbers in two counties and one and we can't afford another shutdown. If we do, we won't be able to come back. I know a lot of people don't like hearing that, and but literally we're gonna have to suck it up. I understand some things are not really mandatory, but we gotta understand like a lot of our stuff is connected. Uh, Again, we're too intertwined. You know what I'm saying? Like if you want to go ahead and start doing some homeschool, and you can go ahead and do homeschooling. You might have to um, just really bad. We're in a bad pickle, but we got to stop looking at how other countries are running their thing because we're not on the same system like them for the most part. We're just not. We're a little bit more we're more of a democracy. We can't afford to do the things that they're doing. And so we're a little bit over that mark head of that. Black people, if you want to talk about, you want to start getting up your own resource and power, that would probably be around the time when the country's done gone to shit. You could probably go do it now. But if you're not, then you're pretty much gonna have to ride the wave with the rest of us. And I'm being very honest. Um, a lot of stuff. If we did, the schools, and I speak a lot. I actually talk a lot about the schools. One of the teachers died within 2 weeks of the school being open. She died of COVID in 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? So, we pull the kids out of school, and you can actually go pick up your lunches out of school. And some jobs are willing to work with the parents and say, okay, we'll have to shift around the schedules and, have to have you operate, or some parents have to just suck it up. And, we've been buying sanitizer and stuff. Like a lot of the funds have been reallocated in different ways to actually try to help people get by. But we can't afford to keep making the same or doing the same thing that we were doing before. We got to get back to work. We do, and I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but sorry, nobody's gonna give out no free handouts. If you want to go live in a bartering system or live in no man's land, hey, strip butt naked and go live out there in the woods and go buy a tent for $2,000. You'll be, that's the best thing I could tell you. But right now, society, right now, we're going to have to keep moving forward, and we're going to have to start making some moves, man. Sorry, people don't like that, but it is.
Okay, now there was something during the debate that they had mentioned that I didn't quite understand what Trump was talking about, but he kept asking Biden if he was going to stack the courts. Does anybody know what he was talking about?
Is he going to do what?
He kept asking Biden if he was going to stack the courts.
The federal judges.
Yeah.
So I mean, what's the significance of that?
Well, when we're looking at it right now, a lot of things. One of the biggest things that's actually been brought about that we can't actually overlook is reform. We have it with reform, with the police shootings, with a lot of the stuff that has been getting overlooked, with the stuff people's rights have been being infringed, stuff like that. Uh, right now, people are looking at, so who are these judges for? You know what I'm saying? This is the first time that we're actually literally looking at the federal judges saying like, a lot of these laws, because every law is balanced off of a law that was already previously made. And so, just like when we spoke about the no knock, that's actually being brought up. Like, and to do that, that would mean a lot of cases, understand? That law had actually opened up, or things that had happened and those federal judges had signed off on, they get to get reopened back up. And that's like, oh shit. That's a whole lot of dirty laundry that's going to be coming out of the closet. So, and that's in a lot of democratic cities of bad practices. A lot of bad practices that have happened that you spoke about, I spoke about, Screen has spoke about, and a lot of bad practices that have gone on, paperwork and things have gone on. So when you're asking, so what are you going to do about these federal judges and some of their stuff that have been getting passed around? And me and the attorney of the show talked about it. That's a lot of people that are going to get touched. Now, some of these judges, they're heavy lobbyists, and I'm pretty sure their ears were perking up because that could bring about indictments. You understand? Like I remember there was a case where there was a federal judge that was sending young men to juvie in prison. Then after that, a few years later, they found out that he was getting paid by the prisons to do that. So, but he was a federal judge. So we do know some of these judges, by the time you catch them, they done made their pocket and they done secured themselves. So if you're asking like, yo, so what's gonna happen to all these judges? You know what I'm saying? That means you're gonna be opening up a lot of cases. You get what I'm saying, Faith? And that's a lot of holding a lot of people accountable. That's a lot of jobs and
But here's where I'm confused though, because
And
I
and it
thought
kind
that
of
the
oh
president actually stacked the courts.
hmm.
How's Biden going to stack the courts? I don't get that.
well, the issue is the reason why President Trump may have not picked a lot of federal judges is because he's waiting for a second term to do a lot of the damage that he really to do all the things he really wants to do. So him not picking the federal judges is a part of kind of holding his hand and playing close to the chest so that he can look favorable to, let's say, the general voting base for the second election. So a lot of times presidents, they won't do what they really want to do till their second term because they want to somewhat sandbag what they really want to do so that they don't look unfavorable. You see what I'm saying? That's why Joe Biden was like, why are you, waiting to pick judges? And that's when President Trump responded with, well, when I took over President Barack Obama, he left all these seats vacant, and I had to find people to fill all these seats. Which I don't know why he brought that up, but basically President Trump is waiting for his second term to do what he really wants to do, and people got to kind of understand that. If you were unsatisfied with a lot of stuff that he was trying to do in his first term, it's because he's sandbagging what he really wants to do for his second term. Because if he did everything he wanted to do in his first term, a lot of people may not vote for him.
Screen.
I get you.
Slick. Let's connect the dot even just more. You saw how he slickly threw out the crime bill. Like, Joe, wasn't that your crime bill that you threw out? That one that you wrote. So I like
Yeah,
him picking out that slick dart. He said, "Hey, those are your judges. That's all Obama's judges. That ain't mine." So you see how he played that chess card? He's like, "Oh well, all them judges, those weren't mine. Those are all your judges from your crime bill." That
From 94, that's what you're saying? From
yeah.
Biden.
Yep. So he's like, Biden, those are all your federal judges. Those aren't
Mm.
mine.
I'm going to re-look
So
that up. I know it's true to a point, but I
go
know
look
Trump
up.
is a liar too, so.
Go look up. Go look up. Go
Yeah, I
look up.
know. I'm familiar with the 94 crime bills, but
So
I'm going to have to look it up if they
he's
still
saying that,
reinforce
listen,
most of them.
I didn't put that stuff there. So when he
Right.
now he's like, okay, majority of the time, and according to what Screen was saying, usually presidents in their last term, that's when they start throwing in all the stuff that they want. It's like their legacy. Like they leave it out, they start passing out all the judges they want. They start putting out all the policy that they want. Because you don't start seeing it until they leave. You know what I'm saying? That's when you
Yeah.
start seeing the weight of what they do. So he's like, well, let me hold off on all my judges and everything I want until the next term. So
And
then
then
when
that
I leave, yeah.
And then that crime bill also put funding for the private prisons and also Axon. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and full disclosure. I've told my screen learners to invest in this stuff, but the crime bill funded a lot of the private prisons, a lot of the private police, Axon, which makes a lot of equipment for police officers. So, if, in my opinion, based off looking at Joe Biden's website, if Joe Biden's administration gets in there, they're going to be doing a lot of things with law enforcement as far as privatizing it. I think that's what the Democrats want, is they want the government to take away private ownership from the citizens. That's why they're trying to push out all these stimulus packages and give people $1,200, which they did it like once, but they're trying to do it every month and have a lot of people not working, so the government controls more of the private sector to look more like China. And also that would help a lot of the big businesses that are dealing with privatizing a lot of functions that the public sector does. That'll move money away from the small businesses and the people and move it more towards the rich. So when it boils down to it, the Democrats, both the Democrats and the Republicans, are both for the rich and the corporations. We're in a corporatocracy.
That's what it sounds like.
It is. That's exactly what it is. That's why
anybody funding prisons, they funding their own deaths because it's a lot of black men in prison. So, and if you're investing in that, you investing in your own death, your own folks. So, I would never put my money in it. I don't put money over myself on my body.
I look into on stock in prisons later on.
Oh, and back to that BMT, before I forget real quick, they changed that no knock warrant. They lied about that in court, and I
already knew about that.
Yeah, but you had mentioned it, so I know they changed that warrant twice, and 12 or 13 people or witnesses said that they did not knock; they just bust in and killed her. So
okay, well, this is not about the Breonna Taylor case,
right? I know. I'm talking about that warrant, though. Like it had something to do with it.
Yeah,
you kept mentioning the no knock warrant, how it was affecting the the stuff that's in Congress that was related to that.
Okay.
Well, the thing about it is, a lot of these higher epsilon communities where Maxine Waters or different other people stay in, they don't have police really in it. They got private security with high graded
gated security. A gated community.
No, they're all majority of the people. But I used to work in one of these gated communities. We're all ex-military. That's all ex-military. There ain't no damn cop in there. And if there's a cop, he just come in there just to drop off something. He don't go that far. That's literally a lieutenant or higher. But other than that, because we got them on Daniels Island and on different islands in the Carolinas when they come down here in the summer. The average officer on these islands, I mean, you're going to pull in at least about 2,500 or more. That's how much you get paid, and it's literally those are select people that get put onto those stuff. Now, when you're talking about that private sector moves differently than how the law agencies move, and we're going over to that. God help you, because they're not here to talk. They coming, they're coming, and literally you do have it where more private sectors are now starting to be looked at. So somebody's going to be jumping for that contract at the bit, and you know what I'm saying. So we got to be very mindful. If they're talking about, hey, removing one entity, they're going to fill it in with another entity. So.
All right. Well,
they can reduce it though. They can reduce cops, so we don't need so many.
All right. Well, I wanted to move it on to the next segment, and this is something that they did not talk about during the debates, but I really, really wanted them. They tried to delve into it, but it was too much interruption. They didn't really get a chance to really stay on taxes, but taxes for business versus taxes for the people. I'm kind of, at a, because once again, I would like for my personal taxes to be lowered, yes, but I kind of see the reason why, we would want personal taxes for businesses to be lowered, because that does trickle down to us. via raises and, other types of benefits. So what do you guys think about taxes for the businesses versus taxes for the people? And I'm going to start with Screen Learning.
It had to start with me. So I'm a business owner. So as a business owner, I know I can pay my people more if my business taxes are lowered. However, I can do different things to lower my own taxes and take advantage of the tax codes. I think all people should be business owners and take advantage of the tax codes and have their business taxes lowered. But for those who don't have a business or don't want a business and they are regular workers, um, I mean, you're pretty much gonna have to vote for politicians to lower your own taxes in order to be taken care of. I do agree with Faith about the trickle down. However, sometimes it doesn't always trickle down to every employee. So I'm going to vote for myself, for my personal or my self-interest, which is having lower business taxes. And it looks like it's more than likely that if business taxes are lower, the employee taxes or the tax on income for federal and state are, well, we'll just say federal are going to go up. So it is what it is.
Okay. And KK, what do you think about would you rather have your company be in a position where their taxes are lower and perhaps maybe, not saying that it will get lowered down to you as far as like maybe raises and more benefits, or would you just like for your own personal taxes to be lower?
I would like my own personal and for the people taxes to be lowered because taxes are just ridiculous. And they're 9 times out of 10, they have a bailout plan for most business owners or big companies because those are the first people to get the money and the bailout. And have you seen in the first stimulus round and check, they're always bailing them out, the airlines, the major car industry companies. And small businesses, they probably can apply for certain grants and loans. They may take certain hits and certain ones may trickle down too, but they got a benefit to reopen and regain. So no, I'm not for big businesses. I'm for the people taxes are being lowered. They'll be
Okay.
okay.
And BMT, what do you think? Business taxes lowered or lower the taxes for the people?
Well, you already know what I'm going for. So don't even ask me about the people. I'm going for goddamn the business. Shit, I'm getting hit too many goddamn times, and I got them damn munchkins running in saying that they want higher pay, and I'm like, what? You want extra? Nah. Listen, if that business don't make money, you don't get paid. If you don't get paid, you can't feed you and your bambinos. So, uh, you got to where the business has to make it. And honestly, we've seen that where a lot of companies, when they got more money added on, guess what? People's wages started to go up. People's wages started to go up. I don't know where this mystical dragon of somehow that a business takes a hit, we got some bailout. I don't know because I didn't see that. Actually, a lot of companies that took a hit this throughout COVID.
I
Um,
said big businesses.
well, I mean, with not everybody, well, the majority of America is actually small business. Actually, that's
No, it's not.
yeah, actually it is. So
No, it's
you talking to
not.
people who are
It's only
talking to
half.
people
I
who
could look that up.
okay, go ahead and Google. So yeah,
It's
so
not true.
majority of America is small business. Small business, literally, because a lot of the bigger companies actually hire the smaller companies to actually do things, actually distribute, actually go ahead and handle merchandise, make purchases and stuff. These are things that we do. That these are the things that are more so effective. McDonald's is a franchise that mainly a lot of people buy into the franchise and open up other stuff. Like these are, and that's what I say. Like, go talk to small business
And
owners.
they
You
still get a bailout plan and they
okay?
get help for that.
Well, okay, so you're talking to somebody who's actually an owner and goes over business all the time. So when we have these kind of things happening, we're seeing it that literally, I want to be able to hire
I don't care
more
that
people.
McDonald's.
I want to be able to, be respectful. We're just being respectful of each other. So we want to be able to actually hire more people, actually be able to help more people. But you guys understand that if I can't sustain myself, or if we can't keep the lights on, then I'm gonna have to start cutting down on workers. So when we're looking at being hit, there should be no reason why the up and coming. But mind you, anybody who knows a business, you got to make it. You got to get past a 7-year dead drop.
And
And if
you
you can't
speaking
get
for the
past it,
small business
so,
owners, not
so
major business owners.
okay, so oh my god, so literally, you're trying to get past the 7. If you're trying to get past the 7 years, but you're getting hit with the same policies as a bigger business, they can afford to take those hits. You cannot. So when you're talking about, hey, I would like it if the state evens up off of me, because whether COVID was going on or not, they still hit us with taxes. They still told us that, hey, time for you to pay your doggone taxes, fill that in, but hey, I didn't make much. So what do I do? So a lot of companies, especially minority-based LLCs, didn't really get no type of handouts or help like that. Most of the time, you got to be able to fend for yourself and work 1 or 2 jobs just to keep that one job afloat. And so when we're looking at all the said stuff going on, be more. You got to be more mindful that it would be more fortuitous, especially for people talking about that they want to be able to self-sustain their own way of life or build up their community. Well, you're going to need that small business to actually make it. That's how other communities make it. They have a small business, and literally they all patronize that small business. But if that small business can't afford to hire its own or very much take care of its own, it's going to die off or move to another community that is going to actually invest in it. So, raising the taxes on a small business is dumb. That makes no sense. So, yeah, let's get at it.
Okay, and I have to agree with BMT and with Screen Learning as far as the trickle down effect. Now, I am all for tax cuts for the businesses, and here's why. Now, when the first tax cut, when Trump did that first tax cut, and in
Oh,
that
and Faith,
first,
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
mhm.
I meant for major, for the big company bailouts. I'm not talking about small business owners. Certain black business owners that benefit the people, black people, yes, I'm for. But other ones, no, I'm not. They don't benefit me or
but
my
but we
community and things like that.
but
Yes, I'm
here's
not. I'm not talking about all small business owners. I'm talking about big capital bills out.
That's not
He
law,
misunderstood and didn't know what I was talking about.
but that's
That's what
not
I meant
okay.
by that.
All right, well, KK, I'm getting to that because here's
Okay.
why. Because it's beneficial for both the large and the small. Like me, I work for the U.S. Postal Service. Okay, that's a large business. When Trump put out that first tax cut for business, I saw myself getting 3 raises in 1 year. This was unheard of. Okay, unheard of. And then also other corporations like McDonald's, they ended up giving their employees extra benefits like critical illness insurance, like accident insurance, like extra medical health plans that their employees did not have access to before.
Right.
So
But McDonald's never pay their employees right. And I work for like small companies like that. They don't. Them Popeyes, none of them back in
what
the
what
day.
what I'm saying is they increased the benefits for their employees, benefits that they did not have access to
Right.
before.
But it still ain't.
This is what the tax cuts did for them.
Right.
Then
But I hear you.
people with smaller businesses, like the small business owners, some of them were able to expand businesses because they got tax cuts. And then because the cost of doing business here in the United States was a lot cheaper, there were businesses that had left the United States and went overseas that came back, and that opened up more job opportunities in certain
Yeah.
areas.
But they also wanted to cut us out anyway to save money for themselves. They're greedy and they're for their own self interest. They're not for everyone. A lot of
who's
those
they?
companies are not. I don't
Who's
know
they?
about all small business owners, but they're two different entities. They might haven't played certain things together, but they're not the same to me. I don't look at them as the same.
But here's the thing, in order for
I'm not
you
for
to
them.
have an
Right. They
opportunity,
can have a certain amount, but they're not liable to only pay little or nothing like Trump and a lot of other people. People that's filthy rich, middle class, no. They shouldn't get the same tax breaks for
KK, please don't cut me off. What I'm
okay.
trying to say is, in order for you to have an opportunity, you have to take care of the goose that lays the golden eggs. And the
Right.
goose that lays the old golden eggs is the businesses. If you don't take care of the businesses, there will be nothing for you to go to in order to make money.
Right.
And this is what a lot of people don't understand.
But I
A lot
feel
of people don't
this way.
understand this. In order for you to have benefits on your job, these companies have to be able to have the money to give you these benefits. In order for you to get raises, these companies have to have the money in order to give you these raises.
Right.
Now, a lot of
And
people,
all of
they
them are
don't
not
have
gonna
a,
be fair.
Okay, so let's cut at this. So, all right. So there's my niece. She just finished art. She's a RN, and she also has her own little practice thing going on, where she
Okay.
has a little caregiver business building up. Okay, so I'm gonna make it simple for some of y'all. She would like to hire more CNAs to work for her. Okay, now to do that, she didn't have the money because of the taxes. Okay,
Hmm.
but now that they lessened up with the taxes, guess what? She said, "Oh man, now I went from having just two girls, now I have five girls. So now they can cover more and make more money." And she was able to go, guess what? Buy a van. So now she has something she can add on to this. And hey, Uncle BMT, can you tell me about that? Those veterans that need to be carted around. See, now that's big money because now she has the more wiggle room and she has more doors open up for minority. There's a lot of stuff. But see, if you understand that, if business when they do these policies, I know y'all wanted to say, well, for just blacks, you gotta understand, business is business, and when it comes down there, what they make sure that what is they do a cover all. They do cover all, and the bigger you get, it's gonna keep on affecting you, and that's one of the biggest capsizes to black entrepreneurship is that, or when you need doggone, hey, why don't we have this type of food in our areas? Why don't we have more hiring going on? It's because people cannot hire or they don't have the financial wiggle room. By having less taxes, but I'm telling you, when it comes time to paying taxes, you miss out on that, they will stop you or they will shut you down. They will have no problem sharing that county sheriff down there and shutting you down. So you got to understand, if we're talking about you want to build, and I was very proud of her, but she said, I can actually pay my girls more. I can give
Right.
my
And that's
girls
the
more.
small business. I don't have a problem with those. I'm talking about big business entities. Those are
But
two separate things.
but hear me. But
Those are not the same.
she does. But as a nurse, she does work under an insurance agency as well as a hospital. She still
Right.
has
And my
to
sister's a nurse too, getting her master's. Right.
so the thing about it is because they said, well, you know what, little niece BMT, guess what? We have more money, so we can allow you to do these things, and we're not worried because we have more money to cover you. So a lot more. She was able to hire a lot more girls under her. I think she's just now about to hire a male CNA. But the thing about it is, I know you gotta understand when it comes to business, you're going to
Yeah,
have
but
to
not
start. You got.
not entitled to big tax cuts, and we paying more. No, I'm not. I'm against that. No.
I get you. And the thing and the thing about it's gonna come down to is, I want to be able to do more. A lot of people started seeing their checks start to go up. Now I don't know what's going on. I can't speak for the whole 120%, but I do know I did see a rise in wiggle room for people to do more stuff, have more
Exactly,
vacation
Hype.
time, got a lot more things done. So it's never going to be 120% a foolproof system. But damn it, like for other people, for most people, I've been seeing a lot of black people been getting into business, getting into their own hair salons,
Right,
shows,
and that's
things like
good. That's
that.
fine.
Because the thing about it is, you got to have that. I'm sorry, but the thing about it is, when you start that first or second year, when you're starting up your own business, you're going to be forking out a lot of money. And the last thing you want to
Yeah, it
see
take
is that
like
you're
two
going to
years
pay.
for it to get off the ground, right? 2, 3 years, something like that.
It's up to 7 years. 7 years before you actually start. That you got to
right.
last 7 years.
For me, it was 5 years.
So,
But I wanna go ahead and introduce the new people onto the panel. Love Wisdom, and I want to welcome. I think this is the first time for you, or Mega Courtney. Thank you both for coming. I'm going to go ahead and get Love Wisdom in, and then I want to get in and shoot over to Omega Courtney. What's up, Love Wisdom?
What's up? No, Sister Faith. Let my glow friend Courtney speak. Let us speak. I'll go after her. Let us speak.
All right. Well, what's up, Courtney? Welcome to the stream for the first time.
Oh my gosh, Love Wisdom. You that was beautiful. I am so sorry. I'm hoarse this morning. So I was contemplating coming on because I am a little hoarse, but I thought it was so fitting. And again, salute to the channel, salute to the chat. Faith, I love this topic. I couldn't jump on it fast enough. Thank you, Screen Learning, for inviting me. I wasn't going to jump on the panel because, like I said, my voice is out. The weather is changing here in Georgia. And y'all know with me moving up from Miami, your girl wasn't quite ready for this weather change. We haven't had a weather change in Miami in about 10 years. But my business partner is literally on the way here. He is bringing up the rest of my items from Miami, and he's about an hour out. And I was like, wow, this is such a strong topic because he and I are business partners, but we got into business because now he's Colombian and he's younger. He saw the benefit of the tax cuts. I saw the benefit of being able to take advantage of small business loans. So even though we partnered, we saw two different sides of it. Me being a single Black mother, he saw it as, because already we were friends. And he saw it as, well, if we get this business together, we'll have business. I'll get a tax cut. We'll get a tax cut. And Courtney can kind of become self-sufficient. So I don't have to help her out so much because he was doing a lot of that as just my friend. So we started a business. We actually got advisement from, and I want to give a shout out to a wonderful officer in Miami, Florida, Officer Bo Leonard. He advised us on a program that used to employ teens for the summer to, clean the community. And so he said, imagine if you all made that year round. So that's what we did. We researched it and we went to the commissioners. They loved it. We started this business. Boom, we started this business, but just as I believe it was King that was stating, and I want to just give a real shout out to you, brother. Thank you. That when you start these businesses, you can see the benefit of it. But imagine in a community, especially a melanin dense community, they don't see the benefit of having small businesses that are not storefronts. So they can't really appreciate, because they don't think of it as having a business unless there's like building. But buildings take more taxes. And also you're paying rent when you're inside of a building. So the thing of it is that when we started this business, we thought, okay, boom, we're going to be able to employ people. Who doesn't want to employ teens to provide a better, to have them have a better economic opportunities. It teaches them about financial responsibility. Who doesn't want to do that? I tell you who didn't want to do that. People that were just fine getting benefits that now, because we had this business in this small area, they were not going to be able to get. Because
real quick, I'm going to cut out for a few minutes. If I do, y'all just keep the panel going. Love Wisdom, could you please keep the panel in alignment?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, thank you. So what it quintessentially does is it turns kind of a business. It turns a community on each other, because you have one side of people that are just used to being employees. They're not used to operating businesses. They can't understand that what the benefits are of having a business. They're used to just being employees. So it was really difficult for us to get community support, even though the same community that was against it, they had teen sons, they had teen grandchildren, sons and daughters that would be looking for, that type of work, that were looking for summer jobs, that were looking for things to do when they were on their spring break. So that was my first point. my second point is I am also an insurance broker. And I tell you, in the time of being, and I thank God that I was able to get my insurance license reinstated here in Georgia, because I can definitely see and appreciate that when you have a different community, they can grasp the benefits of having insurance. But what I found typically, and this is between both of the businesses, a business where I employ other people and a business where I employ myself, guess which one makes more money? The business where you employ yourself. And so that really, that hurts. That hurts because you want to do more for the community, but you can't. The thing of it is, until someone becomes a business owner, they really can't understand the nuances that goes into having a business. And that created a real hard line for me, because I was a councilwoman at the same time. So here I was advocating for these small business opportunities and trying to get more people. That was actually the driving force and a platform when I was the president of Young Business Alliance, of the Young Grove Alliance, was to get parents to start businesses, because I saw that your family is an LLC, you know? So I saw the benefits of it, but people that aren't grown up in that mentality cannot. And then it creates a situation, like I said, when you realize that you employ yourself, you can make those cuts, and you can still take advantage of some of those opportunities, but you're just not employing anyone else. So that kind of speaks to your point, KK. So this is a very great topic. It's a little complex, but I tell you, the education component just is not there in a lot of our socioeconomically challenged areas. And for anyone saying, well, she's just talking about Miami, I've lived a plethora of places, Miami, Philadelphia, Virginia, Charlotte, Tempe, Arizona. It only happens in our dense melanin communities. So with that being said, I thank you, Love Wisdom. I yield the mic, and I'm going back on mute. Thank you.
No problem. No problem. KK, sis, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I think it was your turn. Since you came back on the panel. You remember what the topic was about the small I can't get it out. The big businesses versus the people tax. Who should have which advantage that it was? I think she was just asking different people opinions.
Yeah, I think for me, of course, I always go to the to the small businesses that that need to benefit more. I agree with BMT that you're starting to see that, a lot of people that, there's an increase on our checks. And I'm for taxes for the rich. Look, tax those big businesses, because the thing is, every time we have some sort of a bailout, they get the most money.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was agreeing with. Yeah, I'm not agreeing. They saying should it be more? Should the rich get more tax cuts versus the people?
The people, we need the most tax cuts. At the end of the day,
right. And I don't have nothing personal against small business companies and stuff. Business owners. That's for the community that's going to benefit Black people only. I'm not worried about anybody else's. If it don't, they get bailouts. Sometimes they get a chance to get a loan. They get a chance to get their insurance and stuff like that. They may not see the profit or all what they want, but they always still get a benefit from it. Because she kept saying that it trickled down to the smaller business, the big companies, and I'm not for that. I'm not a conservative.
But see, she's correct. She's correct in that, because what happens is, on the surface, it's supposed to be a trickle down effect, and it actually is. The problem,
and we lose out though. But the working class lose out, and we pay more taxes. So no, I'm not for that.
But yes, correct. But that's the point. Excuse me. Yeah, correct. But that's the point, KK. Thank you, Love Wisdom, because you picked up. You got it. The thing of it is, on its face, it doesn't have white business or Black business on it. It's just a business. Right. And so that trick, it does
help community. I'm not for everybody else. I'm not one of those people.
That's the thing. If the community, if the
Right,
community
you can
had
still
the
buy from my
business,
business. I'm not saying you can't buy. Like I'm not gonna sell to you.
Wait. KK, sis. You got. I know. I feel your passion, baby. I feel your passion.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to let people get their point across.
Yeah,
You
I
gotta
am.
let them,
It was originally your turn, but
yeah.
I just let her talk.
We got you, boo. But
Right. Yeah, I don't
to
got a problem with her talking.
but I agree
thank
with
you.
I agree with both sides. Here's the thing.
Right. Thank you.
On the surface, no
On
problem.
the
On the
surface,
surface,
right.
it is a trickle down effect. What ends up happening is what's left over, the crumbs, that's what's being passed to small business owners, and this is why a lot of small businesses, they don't last. Even when you talk
Right.
about the 2008 recession, which we never really recovered from,
Right.
there was
And
a
I don't
lot of
really work for
small
too many small business owners, so no.
there's a lot of small businesses that ran out of business because all of the bailouts went to the big corporations. Even now
Right. That's what I was talking about. But they kept. I'm not against small business. You know what I'm saying?
even
That's
even
that's
with
the thing they not getting.
even with the coronavirus now, when they had the CARES Act,
Hmm. The big
there was
businesses benefited from it
right,
first.
the big businesses
Two times.
benefited, but then the small businesses, look how many of them had to close their door permanently. And then you
Right.
had
But you know they still get insurances and stuff like that and loans from the
but
Whites too. Also, y'all
but
forgot
but
about that.
but still and Courtney, I think you could back me up on this.
They got
During
double.
the during the CARE Act, they had the small business loans. You
Mm.
know, and what happened is what ended up happening was now you have people that are now getting arrested for these small business loan scams now that's been going on.
Right.
So at the end of the day, the small business owners who really should get a good cut of these bailouts and a good cut of these loans and a big tax cut because they're small businesses, they're actually treating small businesses like big corporations. But the only difference is they're giving the big corporations all of the money.
Right, I
So
got that
when
part. But
so when
I'm
you
right. And what I meant by that is if you wash my hand, I wash your hand. If it don't benefit me, I'm not gonna support you. That's what I'm saying. We just agree to disagree on that. I
but
got you and I understand a little bit how business
but
works.
right,
Even when I open up mines for computers. You know.
but overall,
Uh-huh.
overall, whether, especially for small business owners, like what Courtney was saying about taking advantage of these cuts, taking advantage of these loans, even to BMT's point, screen learning. When you take it, small businesses, they should have the biggest tax cuts and they should have the biggest advantage. But the reason why they're struggling is because when they give out these loans, they're really giving it to the big businesses. When you have
Exactly.
40
Right.
to
That part.
60% of small businesses closing their doors permanently, because remember with small businesses, they rely on their clientele to stay afloat. So if the clientele is not there, you got to, especially if you have brick and mortar, you got to pay for the rent, you got to pay the taxes. So if you don't have the clientele or even the loans from the banks or other places to keep your business afloat, those businesses shut down. And it's a shame how they treat small business owners. It's a shame how they don't have any consideration. But the thing in the mindset is, well, you have to be self-sufficient and you have to start your own business. Yes, you have people starting their own businesses, but look at how much hell you give them in doing so. But we got Walmart, Target, Amazon, and everybody else who basically is welfare, because it is welfare, because they get all their government subsidies with no problems. They're the first one to be bailed out, but not,
Right.
123 Main Street. You know what I mean? They should be the first to be bailed out and helped. So, you know, to
And
face
that's
the
not fair.
question, I just believe that the rich, these multi-million and billion-dollar corporations, they need to be taxed a great deal. They're not going to starve, and I
Right.
think
That's
that
what I meant by that. Right.
and
They
I
should be
think,
tax heavy.
small business owners should
Should just pay a
receive
fair amount.
should
Right.
should
Yeah, I'm for
should
that.
receive should receive tax cuts, and they should receive huge loans. They should. At the very least for the overhead. At the very least for the overhead, they should be receiving the larger
Right.
loans.
Because I feel like this too, if they vote against the people that support them, meaning like, say if I was Democrat and y'all are Republicans and you're voting Republican, you're not voting in my best interest neither though. You get what I'm saying? We're not working together.
Right.
Right, we're not, and then that'll make me not someone to support you as much anymore. Once, say like if you won and then you just stop doing stuff for the community, because some people do that too. They wind up getting big tax cuts and they either may close their business and take their business elsewhere where it's booming at. Sometimes they do that too.
Right. Right. But screen learning, you there, brother?
I am. So
slide in.
Okay, I'm gonna slide in. So,
but I got y'all. I understand. We agree to disagree. I got you.
when it boils down to it, the IRS tax code is the same across the board, and if you choose to take advantage of tax deductions or tax credits, that's on you. But what we don't want to do is we don't want to punish big business and the rich, because then that discourages people from becoming big business and rich. And then rich is based off of a definition, same thing as wealth. I agree that when it comes to communities, you really want businesses to stay there. However, everyone in that community individually should strive and want to be business owners to provide jobs for their children and everyone else's children. So we have to get, in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with it.
The more businesses that we have in communities, thank you, Screen Learning, the more business owners that we have in a small community, that becomes a big business. That's the point. If everybody had a business, that's why we have to stop thinking just about the brick and mortar, and that's something with us too, as melanated people. It's not necessarily you have to see it. Like people say, oh, so-and-so cooks good fish and grits on Friday. They make tacos, da-da-da-da. But they'll go to that house every weekend for that. But they don't consider that that's a business, Let's push to get these cottage laws extended. Right now, cottage laws only cover things that you hand make, like soap and candles. They don't cover food. So we need to wrap our heads around that and understanding that the more businesses, especially small communities, have, the bigger business.
You should own your own businesses. I'm with that, but I'm not for capitalism or the rich. I would never do that.
I'm back, guys. I'm back. I need to move on to the next segment, and then we're going to start wrapping it up after this. But I want to talk about inflation, because that's another topic that they did not talk about that I had, really wanted to hear about what they were going to do. But the cost of living is steadily going up. The cost of rent in certain areas is way more than what a lot of people make in wages. So, in your opinion, what do you think the president should be doing about inflation? And I'm going to start off with Love Wisdom on this one.
I tell you, what he needs to do is implement a cost of living increase. I remember my mother, when she was working, they would have a cost of living increase coming from the government on their paycheck, because as the cost of living increased, the wages needed to increase as well. So I think President Trump really, to handle that, as the cost of living goes up, the wages needs to go up as well. Because to your point, Faith, in some areas, their rent is going up like between 6 and 8%. For example, where I'm at, I'm in New Jersey, northern New Jersey, about a half an hour from New York City. Our rent is ridiculous. I went from paying, when I first moved, was paying $16.65 a month. I am now paying $1,904 a month for rent. And by next year, it might be at $1,984 or at $2,000 a month.
Is that a house?
No, I'm in an apartment.
Wow.
I'm in an apartment.
And you're not living in New York.
How many
Damn.
bedrooms are you paying for?
2 bedrooms.
Wow.
2
Wow.
bedrooms. So what happens is, depending on where you live, so you live in northern New Jersey, Newark, Irvington, Union, you're going to pay money, because here's the thing. What
And
happens
them
is,
the big
because
cities, right?
right, because we live so close to New York, a lot of people from New York City is moving over here, because
Wow.
in New York, as you know, the rent is ridiculous. So they're moving over here to New Jersey, where it's cheaper, but it makes our cost of living go up.
Wow.
So I think what the president needs to do is, you need the wages to increase with the cost of living, so that people can be able to live. Because right now you got people working 2 and 3 jobs just to pay the basics.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So he definitely needs to get a handle on that. Because even if you make $100,000 a year in New York, you're still
Still
not
in the hole.
considering, you're still in the hole. Even in New Jersey, if you make like $75,000-$80,000 a year, depending on what county you're in the hole. So
You need at
he
least 200,000 to be comfortable.
yeah,
Or
so
250.
he definitely needs to get on the ball with increasing those with wages.
Cost of
He
living, the wage of living.
get in touch with the Department of Labor and get something done, because if not, you're gonna have a whole bunch of people, man. It's a sad thing to say, but you're gonna have a whole bunch of people working homeless, because that's the thing
Right.
too.
Wow. So how much is rent in New York for like a studio or 1 bedroom? I was just curious again.
Oh, some
2,500?
case, no, some cases $3,000.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
I was afraid of that. Damn.
yeah, and it's not three
You might as
thousand
well get a
dollars.
house.
It's not like $3,000 that it's like luxury. Oh no, we call it a crawl
Wow.
space. Ah,
Right. And that's probably like in Brooklyn or near the projects, like something like that. Damn.
yeah. It's and this is why you have the thing called affordable housing. Um,
Hmm.
and affordable housing isn't even affordable either. In hindsight, it's not even affordable
Right.
either.
Probably on the
So
West End, East Coast. That's what I'm thinking.
yeah,
Yeah,
affordable
I
housing
believe so.
isn't really affordable. So I definitely agree. He
Right.
needs to he need to get a handle on
Right.
this.
Water Sniper, right? About San Diego, California. I used to go there a lot. Yeah, it is real small, the studios, for $2,000 a month. He right.
Now, KK, what do you feel about it? What do you think that this president or the next president should do about inflation?
I'm kind of out on that. I think that they should raise the cost of living or what she said. I'm not familiar, but I think anyway because of the coronavirus that we're taking a hit though. But I'm not for sure. I missed that last part of the debate. I didn't see it, and you do have some good questions. You should have been a mediator or was able to email the questions. You had some very good questions. I wasn't trying to be rude earlier.
No,
Yeah,
no,
'cause
that's okay.
yeah, like a lot of people just don't want to work together. You can vote in your best interest, but like a lot of people are just selfish. And I'm like, how are we gonna survive as humans and people? That's all. I know you're not gonna be for everybody, but for the people that want to work together. But
Okay.
the inflation, back to that, I think that they should get a stimulus checks and vamp up the economy like they plan to, about giving the essential workers or regular workers a boost in it, like the extra. And yes, tax cuts and adding more to
Is
Oh,
she there?
Kiki, you cutting out? KK? Why I keep calling her Kiki? KK,
mhm. Can you
you
hear me?
cut? Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, I think that we all should get a raise, at least a $10,000 raise or $20,000 raise. I know that's like out of the question, but I think we should get more an hour. Or say like minimum wage is 15, it should be like 20 or $23 an hour. And everybody else should get good wages, like increases too at the job, or at least a $10,000 raise or 20. I don't know if that'll help. But that's a start. But we also should still have the stimulus checks rolling out every month too. like $2,000 a month or whatever. They have money for what they want to have money for. Just know that, guys. Like I'm aware that they in debt and stuff like that, but they give money to what they want to. They giving certain people like Indians and certain people reparations, but they won't give us reparations if you're paying attention to that.
Yeah, that's true.
That's but that's just my opinion.
All right. Well, thank you so much for giving us your opinion. And I'm going to move over to screen learning.
Mhm.
What do you think about the inflation? What should the current president do about it or the next president?
So not the red pill, y'all, but the president doesn't have any say so in the interest rates. That's the Federal Reserve Bank and the international bankers. They control the interest rates, and there's nothing that's going to stop inflation due to the printing of money. So every time money is printed, like the Congress, they pass a bill where they want money to go to a certain group or a certain interest or whatever, like with the stimulus. That's to be paid back with interest, which is a tax. So because of that, the Federal Reserve is going to get that money back from the stimulus that it was from the stimulus printed money. They're going to get that money back by raising the interest rates, which is going to cause inflation. So I mean, you just got to, every time they pass a bill where they're giving away money, you just have to brace for impact and expect inflation to take place. Now, where it takes place, that's determined by the federal level and state level. It could be an increase on gas. It could be an increase on imports and exports. It could be an increase on income. It just depends. So the presidents, they could make a speech or something, but the main, I mean, once the Federal Reserve Bank and international bankers, once they print that money, it's already too late. You just got to brace for impact. And as far as go ahead.
Mm-hmm. No, go ahead.
And then as far as the living wage, so I disagree with a living wage. It should be a minimum wage, because if there's a living wage, that's great for those who are employed. However, businesses are going to be more inclined to lay people off to afford to pay people a living wage. So that means more Black people would lose their jobs, so that the Black people who are currently employed will have the living wage. And the employees who are able to keep their jobs, like right now, they'll have to take on more responsibilities to cover down on the laid off workers. So when it boils down to it, money is only created four ways. That's through taxes, return on investments, fees, and interest. So when these presidents get up there, or really politicians get up there, and they're like, we're going to give you a living wage, we're going to give you more stimulus money, we're going to give, we have to be asking them, well, what's the repayment plan? Or what deal are you cutting with the Federal Reserve Bank and the international bankers? Because the United States of America does not own the dollar. The international bankers do. The Bank of England does. And because the United States doesn't own money, doesn't own its own fiat money, every dollar that is printed, every dollar in our pocket is debt. I don't want to get too far in the weeds with red pill information, but I'm against, just to kind of sum it up, I'm against the living wage, because I'd rather more people have employment than people be laid off like they are now. And as far as inflation, I got it. We wanted to shut down the country. We wanted to shut down states because people wanted to make sure that people are not going to be sick. But keeping your child home from school is great, but to have a whole bunch of people laid off just to save people when you're going to get sick anyway, because you got to go to Walmart, you got to go to the dollar store, you got to get gas. I just think that we have to get out of bed as much as possible with the Federal Reserve Bank and the international bankers, because they're not in our best interest. And the more debt that we pass on to our children, the more they're going to be enslaved.
Now, screen learning, because you are great and wise, as Omega Dread said down here, and I happen to agree with him, by the way. Here's the thing, like as far as what I think about inflation, I think that there could be something done as far as affordable housing. Because see, the thing about it is when inflation goes up, the cost of rents go up. Isn't there something that they could do to kind of control how much these people are being charged just to live, and have a roof over their head? Because see, what I'm looking at here is that the rents are constantly going up. People can't even save money. People don't even have money to put into their 401ks anymore because they're just basically living
Working to live.
paycheck to paycheck.
Mhm.
So somebody has to always pay for it. That's what we have to always remember. It's who's going to pay for it. We're not like China where the government owns everything and we're just like all renting stuff. Somebody has to pay for it. So just like Heidi End is saying, as far as subsidizing, if they're, as far as affordable housing for those who are low income, for them to live in Section 8 housing, to live in government housing, that means the working class is paying for that by increasing taxes on, let's say, their income.
And it's only a small amount because it's more of those they people on Section 8 versus us.
Right. So
Yeah,
like
because
I
they made
agree.
it for them basically, them and food stamps.
So I agree with KK. If it's not felt that much, then people just gotta pay that little bit because it's spread out along like across all employees. Across an area, not just like one or two. So as
Right.
far
They
as the
probably ain't gonna
government,
touch that.
as far as the government, I mean, they could make housing more affordable without the whole debacle of who's going to pay. They just don't want to because when it comes to subsidies, it's based off a zip code. So they want that they're kind of doing a redlining by having you corral in certain parts of town based off the zip code, as opposed to the well-to-do part of town. So like where I'm at in
They
in
trying to go
Summerlin.
back to that. You're right.
No, they were already there.
But here's the thing also, because there's affordable housing for people who are poor, but then what about the struggling middle class? Like that would be me. I'm sitting up here like I can't go into affordable housing because I don't qualify. And then I don't make enough money to live, in the rich areas. So then I'm stuck having to pay whatever rent these people decide, that they want me to pay. And there's no subsidy for me, none whatsoever. I just gotta, constantly pay out of pocket. Like one time there was out here in Phoenix, they have these apartment buildings, really nice looking apartments, by the way. I would definitely move in one of them. But they got these income limits.
Oh
So
wow.
you gotta damn near be working poor to get in this place.
And
And I'm
what do they
sitting up,
sit in the middle class? I'm sorry to cut you off.
well, here it is. Like, okay, this one place that I wanted to move into. The median income, the most that you can make being a single person was like $28,000. And I'm
Wow.
like
That's
making
low.
5 times that amount. I'm sitting up here like, seriously? Are you kidding me? So,
Right.
I don't have the option of paying cheap rent anymore because they're going to force me into a certain rent bracket. This is what I'm saying. I'm being forced into a certain rent bracket.
Tax
I
bracket.
can't rent cheap even if I want to.
I
welcome to
think middle class is considered like in the Midwest is what 70 or $100,000 or well to do something like that. I think it's like 70. I don't know about 50 or 60. That probably be
welcome to
okay for
social.
one person.
Yeah, welcome to socialism. The middle class and working class and a little bit higher.
It's either
Uh,
gonna be you rich or poor. That's what I really think. I think they trying to exclude the middle class. To be honest, I've always heard talk about that.
the
But
cost
But
of
but
you're
uh,
living.
but
right,
but
Faye.
what I'm saying is, you guys look out for it because this type of rent subsidy is going to start moving to more cities. 'Cause I see that they're starting to do it over in Chicago. They're going to have either you're poor and you pay hardly nothing, or you're middle class and
And
you
you
got
live
to
in the
pay
suburbs
hell of
too.
a
You
lot.
forgot about that. Don't forget about that, Faith. When you live here, when like they either trying to push all us out to the suburbs and the rich middle class or two-parent households, they moving back to the inner cities. They still trying to take over certain parts. What you call that? What do you call it? Gentrification. It's still on. They're probably trying to put a pause in it, but gentrification is very on. That's what's going on, Love Wisdom, right, in New Jersey.
Well, pretty soon, the middle class, in order for you guys to for all of us to get a fair shake, we're gonna all have to become homeowners.
Yep, and owning your own business. Like, I'm not against nobody owning their own business and making money. I just say do right by people, but you still can make your money. I'm not against that.
Okay, Omega. All right, thank you. Hit me up in my email on the faithjoneschannel@gmail.com.
I do agree. I do agree with Faith about that thing with affordable housing because I tried it. Beautiful townhome. I tried it. They told me I made too much money. I was like, I made too much money. What are you talking about? So, in certain cases, they want you, like Faith said, be working poor. In some cases, damn near with no job to get these places. So it's like, you're at a rock and a hard place. Right. Now, with screen learning, I never looked at it that way when you talked about, the interest rates, and that if you do increase, the living wage, it will force employers to lay off people just to meet that. So I never looked at it that way. And that's problematic as well. It's kind of like you're in a rock and a hard place. Because you want to make a livable income, but you might lose your job for the sake of it. You want to live in a nice neighborhood and not pay so much money, but they tell you make too much money. So you got to deal with what you have. So it's this ping pong type of thing that we have now.
Love Wisdom, it's not even ping pong. It's like they boxing you into a certain rental bracket where you gotta pay these high rents.
Right, you have to. There's no other choice. And the thing about it is that even though I see that we're making we seen a little more money on our checks. Y'all know as well as I do, the government gonna find some way for you to pay that sucker back. Because I remember when you remember when Bush, I think it was 2003, 2004, we had that little stimulus check. The whole, get out there and go shop. They found a way for us to pay that money back. So it's like they always find a way to get working class people back when it comes to taxes and making sure, okay, we're going to recoup this money. We're going to find some way to recoup this money. So right now we might be, we got a little extra money on our checks. I guarantee you it's going to be something hitting on your paycheck, some little tax thing you ain't never heard of. Going to be on your paycheck, and it's like, okay, it came from that CARES Act. Okay, we know where the money coming from.
So it doesn't really matter whether you rent or do mortgage, because whether you're a renter and the landlord passes property taxes on to you through increased rent, or you're a homeowner and your property taxes go up, it's all about policy. So that's why we got to vote for politicians that want to lower the taxes, because I know we talked about it being ping pong. It's really more like a seesaw when it comes to the lower classes and the middle and working class. For the lower class to have their head above ground, let's say if they're on subsidy, that means you basically have to be even with them, which means you're holding them up. And that's really how you want to look at it. And that's the reason why it's really good to vote for politicians that don't want to raise taxes. And unfortunately, I hate to be the one to say it, but for the working class and middle class to enjoy cheaper rent and better cost of living, that means the low income and the poor and the homeless are going to have to be left to their own devices. It depends on how you feel, whether you're a socialist and you care about everybody, or if you're only concerned with your own household. The choice is yours, how you want to live and how you want to make your decisions. I mean, myself, I'm an individualist. However, there's some people that they don't mind paying the higher rent because they know that someone somewhere who's low income is able to live a little bit better and make it. So it just depends on how you want to vote and how your politicians want to rule.
All right. Well, let me go ahead and welcome Underground Streets to the stream. I saw you down there, sister. You wanted to come up. What's going on, lady?
Yeah, so let me tell you something. I live in NYC, and as I said on the chat, it is criminally expensive. Okay, you buy in a yes. So when you're trying to find a rent that is um within your means, if you will, and when I mean it within the means, they're trying to like get something by 1,500, 1,600. That is almost very impossible. And I don't want to spill my friend's business like that, but she had moved, and and it was this tiny one bed, well, it's actually two bedroom, and but with that two bedroom, she's very lucky because normally for that space, and I tell you, it looks like a cubicle, it looks like so bad.
Wow.
And I don't mean to dog her like that, I love her, but I'm saying it's 1900, 1900 for that little cubicle, and it's just a tiny kitchen, a tiny, not even like a living room, but it's just so you're not gonna, don't expect, if you're living in New York City, to get something around 1600 or 1700. I mean, you probably get a big room.
Right. You don't get that much space, right? Hello?
Hello.
Did you
Hello,
go
can you hear
out?
us?
I don't know.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
I,
so it's something to put the roof over your head right now,
Uh-oh.
but you have to willing to really pay that amount in order to just basically have a roof over your head. And it's really sad. It's really criminally expensive, and the wage that we earn, it may seem a lot, but that's just only because the cost of living is higher. So let's say they do decide to increase the living wage. So if they do decide to do it, you don't know what they're gonna do in the end. So they could increase it, let's say $30 an hour. Next thing you know, everything else is going to be almost double that. So it's like you're almost never winning. You're really not.
Right. That's how they got it planned and set up anyway. Exactly.
Yeah.
Mm.
So
you
the
know what
only
I think? You know what I think would probably shut all this down? I think they should do a 5-year lock on rent increases. I think that would slow down the inflation as far as rent increases go.
You
Mm.
know what? You know what, sis?
I have to think about that.
I think that's a good idea.
Mm.
Because usually they do it. Some places they do it every year. Some places they do it every 2 years. But I think a 5-year lock would be a good idea. Because even thinking about now, today is the 30th. I know for certain rentals, for 6 months, they kind of, we're not going to charge you guys any rent. You got the rental assistance program. But for
Mm-hmm.
some rental properties today, they want all that back money up front. You know what I mean?
Oh, you
So
said since COVID started?
yeah. So
Oh,
yeah, some of these places they want that money up front. So it's like I think a rental lock for 5 years I think would be beneficial. I think it would be. I
Yeah,
think it,
and it won't hurt the landlord either because they will eventually be able to catch up. But I do want to welcome my girl Sire to the stream. What's going on, Sire One?
good
Hi, good
morning.
morning, everybody.
good
Hi,
morning.
how
How you
are
doing?
you? Hi, everybody. Okay, so since we're talking about home ownership, and I've mentioned this on a couple of streams before, and you all, it might be beneficial for you to look into it. Look into your local land bank. A lot of times they have properties, and for me, I invest in tax lien properties, and it works a little differently here in my state. In my state, you can actually possess the properties. So for example, I have a 2-bedroom home that I purchased for $1,200 for taxes. I have a tenant in there currently. So there's just a lot of other options. So everybody on this panel seems extremely intelligent. Just kind of look at your options. You don't have to stay being a renter. And if you do want to buy, maybe you might want to look into something like house hacking, where you
Oh.
purchase a duplex and you have someone on the other side, but they're kind
Mm-hmm.
of helping with most, if not all, of the mortgage payment every month. So just, you know, I don't live up north, so I've heard about how expensive it is. I would tell everybody to come down south, but then you guys might run our rents up. So but
It is a good
probably a good
idea.
idea.
Everybody want to move to the south. That's
It's
true.
probably we got enough space. Y'all come on down. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to put that out there. Don't
To
think we just
Georgia,
have the
Memphis.
option of renting. Yeah.
House hacking. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yeah, that's a good
Me too.
idea.
I'm about
Thank
to
you.
do that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, guys, this has been an excellent stream. We're going on 4 hours. I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. I did want to go ahead and get the final thoughts from each person left on the live stream, and we're going to start first with. I'm sorry, I don't know everybody's name here. We're going to start first with Underground Streets.
Yes, underground seeds. But thank you. I think the way to do it is just home ownership. Definitely, look into entrepreneurship because no matter how hard you work, you, in my opinion, it's going to be difficult to um to basically get what you deserve, to really get your just due. And this is just the time to really think outside the box and not have to be stagnant and just have to work 2, 3 jobs like everybody else, because you have people that's working and they're still in shelters. They're still
Working
homeless,
poor.
sadly. Yeah, they're working poor. Yeah, and it's really sad. It's really disheartening. But just expand your options and yeah, do and just look outside the box. That's and I definitely agree with Cecile for the house hacking. It could really help you a lot. So that's my take.
All right. Thank you so much, Underground. And please do come up again. We need more intelligent women on this panel, Miss Lady. So please come back again.
No problem. My
Oh,
pleasure. Thank you. All right. Bye.
all right. All right. And next, I want to go and move over to KK. Miss KK, do you have any final thoughts for everybody?
Um, I just think that, like they said, I'm interested. There's nothing wrong with owning your own business. There's no personal tax on small business owning. I just meant as far as the big companies. But I heard and agreed and disagreed with you guys. I had no problem with that. And I just think that we should all, it may have to go back into, like how she said, the house hacking. Well, the other person helps pay majority of the rent. That is a good idea. I really appreciate that. Is that her? What's her name? How you say it? Sacred?
I, be- I believe it's Cesar one.
Oh, okay.
Say seer.
Say Sierra
Cesar.
one. Yeah,
Okay.
she gave it very beneficial overall. And Miss J was very also Miss J and Love Wisdom. Yeah, like they gave me a lot of more information that added to the knowledge. I appreciate black women and their intelligence. And I just think I learned a few other new things here. And it's nice to just hear everybody's voice. And I think rent is, we might have to go back to the old days where either you move in an extra person and two heads is better than to survive, and might go back to that and like gardening and stuff like that, learning how to do the survival stuff. But okay, thank you, Faith, for having me up here.
Okay. And KK, I just want to say you always bring a new perspective to the streams.
Mhm.
Very intelligent young lady, by the way. Interrupts a lot, but
Yeah, sorry, I'm not structured. Because they just sometimes it be a little too ridiculous. Some people and some of the men.
no, but I do appreciate you coming up here and always offering a different perspective, and that is very valuable. So I do want to thank you for coming up, and please do come again.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Sorry about the interruption. All right.
All right, and so I'm going to move over to Mr. Soft Soothing Voice himself, Mr. Screen Learning. Do you have any last words for the audience?
I do. I just want to say KK threw me under the bus. She said all the women had great things to say. She left me out. I think I did good up here. I just want to throw that out there. I think I
You
did good.
did. You did awesome.
But so just kind of going back to the political debate, and this is so it's good for us to disagree, but if people really feel strongly about something, which everybody should be informed and be informed on their vote, we should be trying to convince people to vote our way. So become educated in the political process and how it works. Pick a candidate, local, presidential, what have you, and lobby for them. Get people to vote vote in your interest and in y'all's interest, and y'all can vote as a block. You may not have the money to lobby a politician, but you can vote as a block and you can encourage other people, hey, you should vote for Joe Biden because of XYZ, or you should vote for Trump because of ABC, or with your local races. For example, here in Las Vegas, Dan Rodimer, he's running or whatever. You know, if I like him, I would convince people not just to vote, but to vote for him, and I'll explain that he's in our best interest, so we could vote as a block. So that way your one vote goes farther, because it's not just you voting, it's you, your friends, your family, your group. I mean, if you hang out with like 100 people and y'all partying and drinking and stuff, you can put the drink down, put whatever you're consuming down, and talk about politics and get everybody on the same page to not just vote, but vote a certain way. That way, you all have more of a force with your vote and can have more of an impact. Because if you talk to, let's say, two of your friends, and those two friends talk to two more people, and everybody's talking to each other, convincing everyone to go out to the polls and vote a certain way, you may end up influencing 1,000 people to vote the way that's in your self-interest or your collective interest or your shared interest, and now you guys are a powerful force. So don't be discouraged, don't be pessimistic as far as the debate. Go to the websites, check out the two presidential candidates and your local candidates. I also use Wikipedia. That's an okay source, even though it's not reliable. But be informed, make your vote count, and definitely vote as a block if you can. So Faith, thanks for having me. There were certain times I thought the panel was going to be derailed. It was derailed last time on your last broadcast, but
Yeah.
Thanks for having a great panel, a great discussion, and I look forward to the next one. Thanks for having me.
All right, and Screen Learning, I'd like to say you are a very valuable member of the BBN team. You always come in packed with full of knowledge, and you teach the masses so many things that you didn't know. Every time you come on here, I learn something new, and so does my audience. And I just want to let you know how much appreciated you are and how valuable an asset you are to the team.
Hey, I appreciate it. See, now you're making me blush, but I appreciate it. I'm gonna go back to the chat. Thanks.
All right. Oh man, saving the best for last, Miss Love Wisdom.
Well,
Please,
you know, as always, sis, I appreciate you for letting me on the panel. I appreciate everybody that was on here. Every time there is a live, there is a different perspective, and everybody learns something, which is the most important. Salute to screenwriter, because I learned a lot today as well. He is a wealth of knowledge.
yes.
And I think overall, when it comes to politics, we certainly can learn and to be a little more objective. We do have a choice, we do have options, and I think this is a great thing that we are being more politically astute and we're asking the questions, because for so long we've gone along to get along, but now we're providing some pushback, which is always healthy. As it pertains to the inflation, and as for affordable housing, there needs to be a change for that as well. We're dealing with a lot of Americans that are laid off. We're dealing with a lot of Americans that are working homeless. So we have to be able to work in our best interest. So that's pretty much all I have to say. I'm definitely going to look into the home hacking. How do you pronounce that sister's name? Sasire?
Sasir.
Sasir.
Yeah, Sasir one.
Sasir one. I would like to thank her because because of her, I made a decision to be a homeowner now. Because at first I was like, man, I'm not trying to own a home because you really don't own the home. The bank own the home, then the city owns the taxes on the property that is on. However, owning your own home is better than being a renter. So I am going to focus on being a homeowner. So I thank her for giving me that boost.
Absolutely. And
So
love,
as always, Faith,
oh,
I appreciate you.
no problem. And I definitely appreciate you, Love Wisdom. Love Wisdom always comes in with the wisdom and the additional knowledge that's missing. She is like the yin and the yang. She brings everything down the middle, and she's very fair and balanced. And I always love your contributions to my stream because you have so many mic drop moments. It is ridiculous. And oh yeah, you got so many fans out there, by the way, Love Wisdom. All your
I got
fans down
fans.
there. Yes, you got fans, girl. Look at all these hearts and everybody showing you love down here. So
Y'all stop it.
definitely,
Y'all stop it. I love
definitely.
y'all. Y'all stop it.
No, no, everybody give Love Wisdom more love and more hearts because she's definitely worth it, guys. So yeah, more love and more hearts for Love Wisdom because this sister be putting it down every panel, and I do mean that. Every single panel she comes with the fire and the brimstone, and we appreciate you. Look, let's learn about Crystal says, I'm a fan of Love Wisdom.
Oh, I love y'all. I love y'all. I love
All right.
y'all.
But I'm going to go ahead and give my own final thoughts and close everything out. But I do appreciate all of the people that came onto the panel, including the people that did not get a chance to speak. Like I said, BMT, he is always the initiator. Every time I send that link down, he's the first one up. I appreciate that, and he's the first one to always lend his 50 words of wisdom. He has a wealth of wisdom on a variety of subjects. And like I said, he's also a businessman. So he does not just speak from what he read in a book, but he definitely almost always speaks from personal knowledge and experience. And that makes him a very valuable asset to the team. He's one of the hardest working men that I know. So I just wanted to say shout out to BMT. He keeps the conversation moving, that's for sure. And then also, I forget who else came up here. So many people that came up on the panel and contributed. I don't want to forget anyone, but at the same time, I'm driving, so I do need to focus back on this road. But shout out to everybody. Miss J, oh my goodness, how can I forget? Miss J is also a powerhouse and a wealth of knowledge and wisdom as well. Even though she leans towards the liberal side, but I believe she's a conservative. I really believe she's a conservative. But Miss J always comes with the fire and the flame as well. And her contributions are always appreciated, and she will always be welcomed on here because when she comes, she is also a teacher and she passes on a lot of valuable knowledge. So definitely shout out to Miss J. Please do come back again. And with that said, I'm going to go ahead and close out the stream. Thank you so much for all the people that's been here with me since I started here at 4 o'clock Phoenix time. You guys are, as always, I say, you all are the real MVPs. And oh, thank you. Make it happen, Manny. He says, shout out to Faith. I love your channel. Thank you so much. Yes, Miss J got accurate info. Absolutely. Very, very accurate. And LAR movement. Let me not forget, he gave us a cameo appearance. Shout out to LAR coming in and giving his information and knowledge as well. But to everybody that came onto the panel, thank you so much. All contributions have been very informative and good for the audience. And hopefully, with that being said, everybody leaves out of here with a little extra knowledge about this election, a little extra knowledge about maybe how you want to vote or where you need to look into voting or look into your best interest in voting. This is what this live stream is about. And I will see you guys on the next morning ride. Holla.